Get going.
You move this chair.
Well, we don't quite have a quorum yet, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I think with Mike we have a quorum now.
Now we got Mike Cook, so yeah, we do have a quorum, and yeah, the ball is yours.
Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and get started with our meeting then. Welcome everybody. We'll call this meeting to order. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Friday, May 23rd, 2025. This is the Utah OHV. Yes. Sorry, was somebody trying to talk to me?
No, sorry, we just had a little feedback in the room. You're good.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and go through introductions. We will start with those that are present at the DNR office. And you guys just organize, go through the room. I don't know who's sitting where, so start with Rachel and then go around from there.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rachel Coker. I oversee the OHV Recreation Grant for the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
I'm Jason Curry, Director of Division of Outdoor Recreation. Brett, you're a member of the public.
Member of the public, Brett Stewart with Utah OHV Advocates.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jorge Vasquez, and I'm division staff.
Hello, everybody. I'm Todd Royce. I'm the law enforcement director for DNR.
I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service rep.
My name is Scott Wheeler. I represent off-road motorcycles.
Wade Allenson, the program manager.
Hey guys, I'm Evan Beich. I'm with the Recreational Trails Program.
Another member of the public.
Kevin Mortensen. I'm with Mike Utah and representing DRAS.
That's it for the room.
Okay. Let's go ahead with the others on the call. Hold on, let me pull up my list. Let's start. Myself, I'm Jason Blankenagel, member at large, chairman of the council. Let's go with Alexander.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alex Davenport. I'm on the RTP committee. I've been on for a couple of years, and I'm a subject matter expert, if you will, on accessibility and adaptive recreation. I'm happy to be on the call.
Okay, Brody.
Excuse me. Brody Johnson, ATV representative. I'm in my bunker in Enoch, Utah.
Thanks, Brody. Cheston.
Hello, everybody. Cheston Slater, Southwest Region Manager, State Parks.
Okay, Chris Haramoto.
Yep. Chris Haramoto, Deputy Director for State Parks.
Okay, Dave.
Dave Jacobson, Bureau of Land Management.
Let's see, Eric.
Sorry, let me try that one more time. I'm Eric Nelson. I'm the dealership representative.
Thanks, Eric. Jacob.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacob Hinton with the Off-Highway Vehicle Program. I'm the lieutenant with that program. So.
Thanks, Jacob. Josh.
Hello, my name is Josh. I'm the assistant manager at Sand Hollow State Parks, and I've been working to work the state parks permitting program.
Thank you, Josh. Matthew.
Morning, everyone. Matthew Podolinsky. I was on the RTP committee. I'm the Utah program coordinator for the National Forest Foundation.
Thank you, Matthew. Mike.
I'm Mike Cook. I'm out in Uena County. I'm the safety representative.
Thanks, Mike. Shane.
I'm Shane Stroud. I'm the Assistant Attorney General that represents the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Excellent. Thanks. I think we've got everybody, unless people have showed up on site that I didn't mention. If so, welcome. Let's go through first action item on the agenda is the approval of the April 25th, 2025 meeting minutes. Give people a chance if they haven't looked through that. If you've looked through it, feel good about it, and I'd entertain a motion to approve those.
This is Brody. I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, we've got a motion by Brody.
This is Scott. I second that.
Seconded by Scott. All those in favor of approving the April 2025 minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Let's go on to the next item. Why we've got several people on the call that are here for this item. This is the combined RTP review and recommended approval. Evan, do you want to go ahead and give us a presentation on where we're at with that?
I do. Thank you, Jason. All right, let me jump in real quick. I'm going to share my screen. All right, everybody see that and hear me okay? Cool. All right, see some nods online. Well, hello again, everybody. Again, my name is Evan Beich. I'm the program manager for the Recreational Trails program. So every year, for those of you that have returned, returning every year we do a combined meeting of our motorized and our non-motorized recreational trails program committees. It's kind of just a quick chance to have an overview of how things went this year, but also discuss, what we can improve on next year. Kind of take a look at, what projects were awarded through the different committees. So I just wanted to do a quick overview, and so not only required by the Federal Highway Administration, but it's also, again, just kind of a good opportunity for you guys to get to know some faces, get to know each other. So as you noticed, we do have a couple folks from the non-motorized committee joining the call today. Did anybody else jump in here? We had Alex join, we had Matt join. Anybody else from the non-motorized committee hop in later on the call? Wants to say hello? All right, I think that's it for now. So just a quick overview again. So this committee really acts in a lot of ways as our RTP motorized committee. So all the people we have here that represent the OHV committee are really jumping in and representing the motorized interest for the recreational trails program. So for those of you on the non-motorized side, this is just a quick overview of the folks that we have on our motorized committee. I think you just heard a lot of them introduce themselves. And then we have for you for you folks here on the motorized side, here's just a quick glimpse at our non-motorized committee. As you can see, we have kind of a small committee here, but really diverse group of folks that have helped us manage this program here. Certainly open to adding a couple members in the upcoming years here. But yeah, that's just a quick glimpse at that. And I wanted to just do an overview of the projects that were awarded through both of these committees this year. One thing I like to say about the RTP, it's really a small but mighty program. It's a limited funding source. This year we had about just over $2 million to award. And another reminder about that is the recreational trails program is broken up into these two distinct categories. We have the motorized side, we have the non-motorized side. And as of late and historically, we've really seen that the motorized side just doesn't quite get the same application numbers, same amount requested. As you can see this year, we had $682,000 requested on the motorized side, and then $5 million requested on the non-motorized side. So as you can see, it's very, very heavily skewed towards that non-motorized side. But so I will say both these committees did a really, really good job of allocating what funding they did have available to them. The non-motorized side had a very difficult job this year of going through over $5 million in requests and allocating that down to 1.5 in awards. So that, and not only did they take those 42 applications and have to go through those, but they really were able to still award 22 projects with that limited funding. So that's something I want to talk about as we go to some of these next slides here. So how we can make the most use of what is limited but very impactful funding. Again, as far as like final totals here, we were able to award $2 million to both motorized and non-motorized for a total project value. This is something that I'm pretty proud of this year, over almost $6 million. So $5.8 million in total project view that's being stretched to this $2 million total award amount. So quick glimpse at the motorized projects that were funded. As you guys may recall, in the motorized committee, we had 5 applications this year. 4 of those ended up being awarded. So those 4 projects were advancing motorized recreation. So that was a Grand County BLM project that was awarded $200,000. largely for, they had some kiosks in there. They had some delineation of trails. They had a lot of heavy use out there. So there's some maintenance on some of those trails. The Utah Avalanche Center, as I'm sure you are familiar with, on the motorized side, this is a organization that's been funded both through motorized funding and through our non-motorized category almost every year. This is a really, really valuable partner that's relied on this funding source, to be able to run their operations of impacting user safety throughout the state. We have Southern Utah University, which was able to fund a trail crew through the RTP on the motorized and non-motorized side this year. And then we had an educational initiative funding through the Utah State Historic Preservation Office for $11,000 this year. So that's your motorized glimpse. Any questions on motorized this year?
Yeah, sure. I do have a question. I noticed SUU applied for both sides. I looked at both of the grants. I didn't read the non-motorized grant, but they were almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
The administrative costs and stuff. Is there any way that we could share those costs? Because I would assume the same person who's pushing the buttons on the computer, that we would share those administrative costs with the non-motorized and motorized to actually get more money on the ground, as opposed to having two administrative costs in putting this together, that be able to share those costs and actually see more money being put on the ground.
Yeah, that's a good question. We can definitely take a closer look at that. I think a lot of
that before, that they've applied for both sides. And if they're granted that, the administrative people have got to be the same people in there, I would assume.
Well, so they have a motorized and a non-motorized crew going out. So there is like separate administrative.
There's some administrative costs, overheads that I think could be shared, and then you could take that net cost. And I want to see more money put on the ground, as much and be as efficient as we possibly can. And I just noticed that grant, and they were almost exactly the same, within a few dollars of each other.
Well, and that's a good point. And that's honestly why these meetings are important, why these combined meetings are useful, because, maybe that's something we could look at in the future is, how are these projects that are applying to our motorized RTP and our non-motorized, maybe it's worth having these committees, be aware of that fact and be able to kind of cross-reference each other and have those projects
I think there needs to be more of that.
So maybe
I have mountain bikes. I go hiking. I do non-motorized stuff.
Well, so do our non-motorized folks do motorized activities. Yes, so it's good to have these, get familiar with each other here. So we can discuss that more certainly. Let's take a very quick glimpse at the non-motorized funding this year. So again, $1.5 million were awarded to the non-motorized side. Just a quick glimpse of what these projects look like. Rather than going through every single project, I just wanted to kind of quickly break down how this funding was allocated. So as you can see, we had a pretty wide distribution of different types of recreation user groups that were funded through the RTP, non-motorized. You can see there's 2 mountain biking projects that were funded, 3 grooming and winter sports initiatives that were able to be jump started through this. A lot of equipment purchases typically come through the RTP. 6 heavy maintenance projects, whether those were on federal lands or throughout the state through different trail crews going out and helping out. 3 education initiatives and ambassador programs. I've actually highlighted one of those over on the right as a standout project. The Grand County Trail Ambassadors has been a really in the Grand County region, getting out and educating recreation users. We had 4 climbing initiatives that were funding, whether that was access to climbing sites or maintenance of existing infrastructure on those sites. 2 paved pathways and a pump track was funded. A water use project, so a trout, and there was a dam removal on the Weaver River that Trout Unlimited was able to help fund. And then finally, we had a user safety project that was funded for the Utah Avalanche Center, as I discussed earlier. But so just to give you an idea, I mentioned I don't want to go through every single project here, but this really is a powerful funding source for user safety. Utah Avalanche Center relies on this each year, so there's someone that we love seeing funded through this. Another standout group, the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, relies on the recreational trails program to fund really one-of-a-kind anchor maintenance throughout the state. So climbing maintenance is something that really they have the talent and the expertise to achieve. So that's something they do each year. And then I also touched on, some of those projects that were funded on the motorized side and the non-motorized side, Southern Utah University's trail crew being one of those. And again, another opportunity for us to collaborate a little closer in the future. So yes, Brody, let's hear it.
He's got a question right there.
Please. Oh, it's on the side.
I just have a quick question about the Canaryville Falls grant that you gave. It says on this, it says the Dixie National Forest and Canaryville Falls trails are incredibly popular, but, and I could be wrong, but aren't the Canaryville Falls also, you have to cross some BLM, private, and Sitla land?
Yes.
Were all those partners involved in that grant?
I believe that the maintenance taking place primarily on BLM and Forest Service land. So those partners were able to reference the project. They both had letters of acknowledgement supporting the project. So
There's no Forest Service on the Canaryville hike.
Well, BLM, my fault.
That's kind of what I was wondering, but it says on the grant, it says the Dixie National Forest. It seems like the actual falls might, and I could be wrong, are on Sitla land. The trail to it is BLM and private.
That project was a trail crew that's going to be working on multiple projects throughout the region. So there were some Dixie Forest-based projects, not necessarily directly adjacent to Canary Falls, but a little bit.
It's in reference to the Canaryville Falls.
So it's a regionally based project, so that's a key component of it, but there's maintenance taking place throughout. But it was a heavily based.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Of course. So I did want to take an opportunity, and I know we have a limited time here, so that's why I'm kind of speeding through some of this. I did just want to have a quick moment to sort of look ahead, how this program could be better utilized in the future. So I think, in this committee, especially the motorized committee, is really, I think, seen this in your scoring meetings consistently is, limited projects, applications coming in for the RTP, while there's also limited funding through the OHV program, and, finding out how there's, might be other uses of this program to help supplement existing state programs. And so really just looking ahead, I'd love to kind of just, have people's wheels spinning. This isn't something we have to go thoroughly through today, but I just want it in the back of your mind is, how could RTP better support the OHV program? How can it better support our other programs? Is that how it should be better utilized as a supplementary program for other grants? Or, are there other key needs that we're not addressing through this program that could be utilized? For instance, the RTP is really one of our few non-infrastructure based grants. So this is one of the few programs that can fund education initiatives. It can fund equipment purchase, whereas a lot of grants have a little bit more strings attached in those regards. And so just, something to keep in mind, something that's available. And I did also just want to address, we do have those low motorized numbers. It's consistent each year. How could this program better support what's happening here in the motorized committee? So are there opportunities for these non-motorized and these motorized combination projects to work a little closer together? Rachel.
I was just curious, do you know if there was ever, because right now education side of it is only 5%.
So an education specific project, so if a project is just solely going to education, then it's technically we only have 5% of our RTP budget that can go to that. However, I'm not aware of any guidance that says you can't have a portion of a project base and that not count towards your education 5% apportionment. So and that's something we can certainly take a closer look at with our federal partners. But my understanding is that as long as the project is not entirely education focused, it's not draining that 5% limitation. Okay, any questions about that? I was following the slide. I was going to go ahead and go toward just a quick review of what the RTP funds. I just wanted to highlight again, there are some unique aspects of this program as far as what it's funding compared to some of the state programs. Of course, we have the historical maintenance of trails or building of new trails and trail side facilities, signage. But I really think that some things that separate this grant from the others are, again, those education aspects. So you can fund education publications, education programming, user safety initiatives, all through the RTP. You can also fund easements, whether that's outright purchase or title. But anyways, I think I've taken enough time. I do want to jump into the approval of both our motorized and non-motorized RTP projects. That's why we have both committees here today. So if we can get a quick vote, if anyone's able to make a motion for that, we would appreciate a motion to award the full amount of $2,046,135 going to 22 non-motorized projects and 4 motorized projects.
Okay, thank you, Evan. So we'll accept a motion if anybody is willing to make that at this time.
I'll make a motion to approve as said by Evan.
Was that Alexander?
Correct.
Okay, Alexander makes the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. That's Matthew Podolinsky.
Seconded by Matthew. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this for all that are voting on it. There's a lot of new members that we're trying to account for. So I guess, Evan, can you call roll on who is able to vote on this?
Yeah, so let's pull up those committees again. So again, we have anyone from the motorized committee. So that would be you, Jason, Eric, Cheryl, Kirk, Michael, Brett, Dave, Bonnie, Nicole, or Scott. If any of you are able to cast your vote, and then we have our representatives from the non-motorized committee. We have Alex and we have Matthew. So yeah, anyone within that list is welcome to cast their vote.
Evan, how does the oath of office affect being able to vote today? Because I know that came out quick yesterday. If we haven't done that by today, are we?
So I'm not familiar with that process. I think that's more of a motorized process.
Okay, well, because
so-
I'm just like, am I like, because I wasn't able to get mine done by this, if I need to abstain from voting or not.
Yeah, please. You're on the list. I think you're more than welcome to
Okay.
vote as far as the RTP is concerned.
Maybe I can jump in on that. So if you're voting as a member of one of the councils, you need to be sworn in before you can take a vote. So if you've not yet been sworn in, then you should not vote on this.
That's why I'm not the legal advice for that.
So I wanted to clarify.
Okay. So do we have a list of people that are in attendance that have completed the swear-in process?
Yes.
Yeah, Rachel will get to that and she'll carry out the.
So,
Yeah, Rachel, if you could do a roll call on all those that are able to vote on this, and then we'll do it that way.
so I have Eric Nelson. Eric?
Yes,
Okay.
I vote to approve it.
Okay, I have Scott Wheeler.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Nicole is, my understanding, she's not here. Is Kirk on this call? Okay. Mike Cook,
I'll approve it.
Jason,
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
I think that's it.
I'm curious what changed. Why is it? I mean, we don't have to go through this now. That's okay.
I was
No.
Yeah.
You wanna,
Okay.
Rachel, can you go through those that are in attendance that can vote from the non-motorized side as well? Or are they voting in this one?
I honestly didn't think this applied to my committee. So this is news to me.
I know this is something that Evan and I are learning, so we apologize. I also have Dave that went through it.
Okay.
Dave?
Dave Jacobson?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't certified yet.
Oh.
I think it's Brett.
Is Brett certified?
And this applies.
Yeah. That's what she's trying to figure out. Yeah, okay. Is Brett on this call? Sorry.
No, that's all right. I wish I communicated. I'll just.
Okay. Sorry, this is a very last minute thing on our end. We apologize.
But I apologize to the people that reached out to me because I did not think this was necessary for the RTK.
Okay. I'm just writing down the people that are in this call and that can vote.
Looks like Alexander and Matthew.
They're unable to.
Okay.
We got some work to do on our end on our council. It's okay.
Is there any way we could swear them and then postpone this vote until later in the meeting? I mean, it is agended, so it could simply be postponed until a later point in this meeting if we could get those members sworn in the meantime.
Jorge, do you feel
of getting those that aren't sworn in yet?
Yeah, it looks like there's 3.
Okay.
So we've got Cheryl and then we have the 2.
I can't do it today.
Can't?
Not until I can't do it today
She needs
until I
more-
get confirmation.
She needs more like clarity.
No. Okay.
Guess what? Some people let you think.
I don't know.
And then do you want to wait for Jorge to get?
Yeah, I'm reading what Brady
Do I
was just
have to
saying.
ask the question?
That's,
Yeah.
Do we have the
So-
ability to swear in officers in this meeting then?
Not without our notary here.
Yeah,
There's
you need to
someone-
have a notary. There are some in the building. You could probably, I can try and
Okay.
track you one down if you want me to.
Working on somebody, so I'll do that.
Well, and I can confirm with our federal partners. My understanding is that these 2 committees have to meet. I don't know that they have to vote in conjunction at the same time. So the fact that both these committees have separately met and awarded these projects, I'm wondering if that's enough. And we met today to discuss these, but I will seek further guidance. And again, I apologize. This was not something I was aware of.
Well, Shane, can I ask you just a quick clarifying question? Because I think with OHV Advisory Council, this is kind of a state body, we have their oath of offices. But when we think about the non-motorized, I guess I was under the impression that, we could have them as part kind of a volunteer service agreement to be recommending these, but the actual kind of the public body that's doing the approvals is that UDOT commission. So with the non-motorized, do we need them to actually have oath of office, or is something like that volunteer service agreement, they're the recommending body, but not the approving body, since that kind of rests with UDOT? I guess that's where my understanding was. So I apologize if I did not give Evan the correct kind of assignment coming.
I'll be upfront and say, I don't know exactly what the statutory scheme is as far as approvals of these particular grants. I know that the grant requires a committee to meet to consider the grants. Whether or not it requires a vote, I'm uncertain. I could check into it and let you know. What I can tell you is that if you are going to have a motion to approve these grants, then all of those that are voting on that motion need to be sworn in members of the council. So you can't have non-sworn members voting on a motion because their votes won't count. Now, whether or not we even need a motion, I can look into that, and maybe if we don't, then this will all be a moot point. But as far as voting on the motion, yeah, you need to get them sworn first.
And if that motion were to recommend as opposed to approve, does that change anything? And like the formal approval through UDOT, is it the same?
No, it doesn't change anything. They still need to be sworn in as members of the council. As far as your non-motorized folks, if those are just volunteers, they don't need to be sworn. But for the OHV Advisory Council, they do.
Okay, so I think, that's perfect. Yeah, because it makes sense. Yeah, council members.
And we don't have
state
6
body.
people that's sworn in yet.
We have 6 people that are sworn in. It's
Yeah.
just, so 6 people that are here on this call have been sworn in.
And that's not enough to do it?
I think it is. I mean, because we have 2 members of the non-notarized. That's a quorum, right?
Let's just do it.
Yeah, that is.
Okay. Yeah. Then.
Is it a quorum for the OHV Advisory Council, though?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Jane?
Is that a quorum for the OHV Advisory Council, or do you need 7?
We need 7. So 3 people that have been here.
And as far as motorized RTP grants, in the past, has the OHV Advisory Council voted on to approve motorized RTP grants?
Yes.
Okay, then as far as the motorized grants go, I would recommend that you have a quorum to vote on that among the OHV Advisory Council. I know that kind of throws a wrench in the works for you guys today, but
Who are the other? We could get a message to Kirk or the other.
Yeah, it's
3 that-
Bonnie and Kirk.
Yeah.
Nicole, I know she's on the river.
Okay.
And then I don't know,
Maybe they can join
and I know
at some point.
Dave Jacobson, I don't know if you can with the BLM. You know what? Like.
Yeah, I'm still checking. Same thing as Cheryl.
Okay, still checking. And then I don't think Sheriff Curtis is on this call. So.
Does Sheriff Curtis need to redo it since he's already done an oath as the sheriff? It's the same oath?
it is,
Yes.
but you have to swear an oath for the council because it's different than his sheriff's duties.
Now, Last meeting, we had the motion to recommend a list of grants. This vote is to recommend it more. I don't understand.
Yes. And again, part of my understanding is just that we need to have a combined meeting. Do we need to have a combined approval? That's something I have to seek further guidance on, because these have both been separately approved by.
So if you've already voted on these particular grants, you don't need to do that again.
Notification, I think, and
The summary.
procedural.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
it's a
okay.
summary notification, so that both, it's that connection
Yeah.
for both sides. That again, to your point, Scott, maybe doing this earlier is also helpful. Yeah, both parties or both bodies have voted to recommend. The official approval is now ready to be sent off. Right? Do you agree, Shane?
Yeah, I mean, if these are the same grants that you voted on during the last meeting, then there's no need to vote again. You've already done it.
Okay, well, non-motorized members, thank you for taking the time to show up. I apologize for the confusion. But yay, I think we got our newest round of RTP projects double officially funded here today. So thank you.
Well, that's what you are.
Yeah. Yeah. So your job's done.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, guys. You're welcome to stay on if you want, but most of this won't probably apply to you. So thank you for attending. The next item on our agenda is going to be the public comment section. Is there anybody from the public that would like to make comment? We'd invite them to come and share at this time. Please limit comments to 3 minutes each, and we will open it up. Also, keep in mind there may be some items on the discussion that we may involve those involved from the public on. So we aren't necessarily limited to your comments regarding projects to this time, but if there are any general comments for the council at this time, we'd accept those at this time.
Yeah. Has Brett Stewart's here and has public comment.
So Brett Stewart with you OHV Advocates. I got a couple of recommendations. I may not get the chance to talk again, so I guess I'll do it in the public comment. As a user out signing trails and going through the experience of what I'm doing out in the field, one of my recommendations is changing the grant cycles for the spring from February 1st and close on March 15th and fund by April 15th. And the fall one, June 1st, close it by July 15th and fund by August 15th. And the reason I recommend them is because I'm working on a Robbers Roost Trail system right now. And I've had to use my grant in order to do phase one. We're almost completed with it. And they still haven't received any money for their grant that was for the spring projects. So I'd like to see myself and others would like to see it bumped up a little bit if possible. Here it is almost June and they don't have their funding.
Well, give me the spring open and close dates.
I would like to see spring February 1st open and close on March 15th and then fund a month later. If it's, I don't know, Rachel's.
And their contract was executed on May 16th. So a week ago, their contract they signed in, it was fully executed. So.
Okay, but today they still don't have funds. And
Yeah.
so, anyway, this is just, it
Yeah.
can be debated by you guys. You guys are the decision makers. This is just something I recommend.
I spoke with them yesterday, so they should be, I've asked them to get a request in through email to me.
Okay.
I've been in trainings the past 2
So we're a week from June and we still don't have our spring money. That's all I'm saying. I'm not putting you down or anything. I'm just saying, maybe we need to tighten it up a little bit, get up a month, something, so that we can have spring money for spring projects instead of not receiving it even by June.
So right now, like
Okay.
you're explaining would be expediting it, like closing the window to 45 days versus 60 days of being open,
Maybe.
correct?
I don't know. I didn't add it up, but
Okay,
so that gives you a month to,
But you want it more
We need to back it
Earlier in
up.
the year. Don't you want it earlier in the year?
Yeah, I don't, in fact, I didn't even look in my book to see when it opened up and when it closed, but I got thinking about it. How about we open it up for the spring, February 1st? People are starting to, the sun's popping out. They might go out in the desert. They're starting to think about it. And then close it on March 15th, and then within 30 days, the contract signed and possibly getting funded.
I have a question for Evan. Evan, can we move RTP up earlier too? I really like the idea of putting the OHV and the RTP together. So if we want to leverage RTP money, we can do that. And if we kick that up, I'm with
The
Brett.
problem
I'd
with
like to see it
RTP
earlier.
is RTP has to be approved by UDOT, by their Transportation Commission, and it really holds up our process quite a bit. So that usually can't be officially approved until August.
But
So
what I'm saying
have our meeting.
you can have your meeting, you can award the projects, but then no work can take place until August.
Okay, so but we can have both the meetings together and have them in, let's say, start the process in February. So I'm with Brett. It would be nice to be able to have something early, in February, get it done, get it in place. And if you had to wait for the RTP to come later, but I really like the idea of putting both of them together because you can leverage the RTP money. And so
They have historically been run together.
So it sounds like, let me just jump in because we don't want to spend a ton of time debating the details. I think the message is received that this is a request by Mr. Stewart.
Yep.
I don't think it's an unreasonable request. It sounds like there's some mechanics that we need to talk through in order to make it work. If we can make that work, sounds like a reasonable request.
Perfect.
What was your dates for the fall, Brett?
So the fall would be June 1st open and then close on July 15th and fund by August 15th.
So we'll have an internal discussion on that and then we can report back next week.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. The next one is, I talked to Jason and Shane about this, so the volunteer hours that I'm acquiring with the Robbers Roost Trail Committee, we can't use those hours until the date of the contract. And I discussed it with Jason and Shane, and they said that they would agree because when I ran one of the bills, it says for counties of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, that they can get 100%. And they said we could do this in rules, right?
Yeah.
So can we confirm that that's going to happen, that we can use my volunteer hours, the Robbers Roost Trail Committee volunteer hours for the contract that just barely got signed, say go back 6 months, as long as it's for that project.
Yeah, so basically your question is, can you use hours on the same project that you accrued prior to the application?
Application and signed contract.
Signing of the contract. That's
Right.
always been a stick.
So, and it feels like we can make that work.
Okay.
Kind of similar to the last one, there's probably some mechanics that we need to talk through.
Yep,
Making sure we're
same
not breaking
thing,
any rules.
just a recommendation.
As long as we're not breaking any rules, breaking any laws, I don't see why we could not do that. But I think that's something that the council should weigh in on if that's.
And Shane.
Well, the council itself, the members of the advisory council, I think it would be worthwhile to hear what their thoughts are on
Exactly.
that.
They're the decision makers. I'm just bringing it up so that we can get it in place and be able to exercise that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even mind going back 6 months or whatever,
Yeah.
maybe a year, but whatever. And Shane's familiar with us talking about that.
Yeah.
The other one is, maybe Jason can explain before the day's up about, I believe it was HB 456 that Bollinger ran. That when I talked with you up on the hill, you were saying that was going to give a percentage of maybe $7 million for search and rescue. So I hope that takes the pressure off of search and rescue applying through the OHB grant, because they've got a lot of money available and we're contributing more to search and rescue than anybody. So I think it's just another plus, but maybe it'll allow more for access protection or trail work for us.
Yeah, well, and let me explain how HB 456 and the Outdoor Recreation Mitigation Grant works. It is only for costs accrued by the county. So similar to the reimbursement grant that is available through DEM, emergency management, counties that incur costs on a big complex rescue, they can get reimbursed for those costs. But they can't buy equipment. I wish they could on this grant.
Oh, okay.
I wish they could.
So
but
is
it's
it
not structured that way.
So it's not to buy equipment,
No.
but it's for when a search and rescue guy goes out and pops a tire, there's money
And
involved
they
for that.
could, yep, they could use it for again, expenses occurred during search and rescue activities. So especially when it comes to paying their deputies overtime that have to be there. and fuel and
Maybe get an
mobile command
insurance
post,
for volunteers.
those types of things. So they have to be documented costs. We just had a meeting, last week, where we had the state group in here with Sheriff Curtis and Sheriff Glover, both, and really good progress. We hope to have that stood up. But in answer kind of to the crux of your question, Brett, it might take a little pressure off of the search and rescue demands, but it's not going to provide much of an avenue for counties to get equipment. Unfortunately, I wish it was. That's the way I had hoped it would turn out, but that's not the way that UAC and the sponsor ended up crafting it. So,
I have a backup idea. That's my last question.
yeah, and also counties of first and second class were not eligible for it. That's a good thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's only counties of the third, fourth, and fifth.
Okay. One more thing is the RTP, we sent money back last cycle, right? So what if Rachel was to encourage, or others to encourage search and rescue and snowmobile purchases to apply for the RTP grant so that we don't send money back without it being used? He said we didn't have much of applicants for the RTP. We should really exhaust that because it goes right back into the general fund. So maybe everybody should encourage search and rescue, because what we sent back, $500,000.
Well, RTP is federal funded.
Exactly, but they could qualify for search and rescue, right? And snowmobile
No, so, and Evan, you can
with the
speak
gas
to
tax.
this, but it's for trails, specific trails. and
Recreational
there's-
trails.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, of course you can go to, I mean, as long as it's user safety relating to, trail users, that's certainly an eligible category. So
Search and
next
rescue.
year, if there was folks that wanted to apply to get funding for that, that'd be available to them.
Yeah,
For search and rescue or for snowmobiles?
For either.
So
Yeah.
the Avalanche Center gets a lot of funding.
Yeah.
from
That's
RTP.
great. I just think we ought to exhaust that and make sure that we encourage you use that up before you even start funding out of it.
Well, it's like I told you with Wayne County, we should have leveraged RTP
Yeah.
money, bought that cap with RTP money.
Yeah.
And then matched it with OHV money, and we could have got a lot better deal. And yes, I feel bad that we ship money back. It gets utilized on the other side. That's great, but we need to let other people know how we can use RTP money better. And I realize it's a difficult process, and we do go out. Rachel goes out several places during the year and talks about it. And sometimes you have to tell people 20 times and they go, oh, yeah, let's do it that way. So
I think it's a shame to let it go away.
That's kind of the general sentiment. I think I agree. Yeah, we should try to do all we can to get more motorized participation in RTP.
And maybe that's something, I intend to meet with every county commission in rural Utah in the next 2 or 3 months. Maybe that's a message I can give to them, is let's start tapping into the RTP funds and loosen up some of the other funds. I'll try to get that message out.
More than happy to present RTP to any groups you guys.
I
that
think
might be
search and
interested.
rescue and snowmobile groups would be fantastic because the search and rescue only contributes snowmobile only like 350,000 to the program, to the restricted account, yet they're spending millions. So
No, that's
I
not
think-
true.
No,
That's not true.
Okay.
I'll share some details later on that. That's not accurate.
okay, all right, okay.
You okay with
One more thing, update the grandma.
Sure.
I don't want to bring it up. I'm not going to stir the pot today. The audit hasn't been done, but I'm not going to engage in the grandma until we get the audit. So I don't want to ruin anybody's day, but I'm not going to engage much today. I don't know what you got plans for me, but
I would welcome any.
I know that it's on your agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always welcome.
Anyway, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to make comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment time period. Move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 4, State Parks pricing menu for OHV event permits. Chris Haramoto, it sounds like you get to present on that. We'll turn the time over to you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Blankenengel. I appreciate the opportunity to be with your group today. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Let me hurry and just get this going here. Okay. Hopefully everybody can see that now. Again, just quick introduction. My name is Chris Haramoto. I'm the Deputy Director for Utah State Parks. I've been with the division over 20 years. Spent most of my time out in the field as a park ranger as well as a park manager. And it's just been an awesome career, and been thankful for the opportunities that I've been given. On my team, though, who's with me, who will be co-presenting with me, is Josh Del Monte, the Assistant Manager at Sand Hollow State Park. And we'll get to his little presentation here in just a quick second. So why we're here, we just wanted to talk about the special use permit process, just to be kind of more clear on how to obtain a permit for state parks. And then we wanted to give just some updates on where we're at with the permit, because we've realized that over the years, this permit needs to be updated, right? It's fairly old and antiquated. And so we're making some major improvements to that. And then as well as the big thing is the pricing menu for event organizers, so they can kind of get a clearer picture of what that looks like. So with the permit application process, typically what event organizers will do is they'll obtain a special use permit application from our website. So if you just go to our website, you can just type in special use permits in the application, and the instructions will be there listed for you, as well as on any of our state parks websites, especially those state parks that are heavily involved with special use permits. They can easily be obtained that way. The event organizer just fills that out and then submits it to the park staff. So if for instance, if it is Sand Hollow, they can fill that application out and send it into the park management for review. The one thing on this little portion of it we'd love to see is the time frame on it, right? Most organizers, if they've done a permit with state parks before, they know they probably should get that permit into us as quickly as possible, right? Because there are a lot of competing events within the scope of time that a lot of people want to run events and during our busier seasons. And so it's critical that that folks, if they are interested in putting an application in, is to do it as soon as possible. There's no time frame like to get it in. So if it's a year out, I mean, you could send one in as early as a year out, especially if it's more, if it's large or complex, right? It's those finer details that we need to work out and have the time to work those out. But really, most of the time it comes down to is just getting that time. And so if there's areas that we need to think about closing, or setting up something special in those areas, that we have the time to do that. And it's mostly, like I said, it's competing with other interest in that area. So that's the process of doing it. So once we get that permit, especially for these larger events, then we start working with the event organizer. And like I said, mentioning getting all that, the logistical portions of that worked out. Of course, the pricing, that's a big factor of when we look at these events for the event organizer, as well as the insurance requirements, making sure that we can do within the scope of what the event organizer is asking. I'll just tell a quick story real fast. We've had our good friends, at least when I was a park manager, from Diesel Brothers show up and wanting to do some extreme activities at the park, like launching somebody from a parking lot out into the lake. From like a human slingshot, or dropping him from a helicopter, right? We're not going to say no right away, right? Shane's probably like looking at me crazy, but it's one of those situations where we'll entertain the thought, but we do involve, our risk management team to look at the more complex activities that people want to do at the park. And once they kind of give us the guidelines of what that would take to make it happen, right? Most of the time the event organizers are saying, that's above and beyond what our insurance will cover. And so we kind of move on to look at alternatives, what the event organizer can do at our parks. And so that's a few of the conversations that are had. Of course, when we look at permits as a whole, we just don't live within the state park most of the time, right? There's other organizations or stakeholders that need to be involved, whether it's, UDOT, if it's road closures, could be county, especially the sheriff's office, how they get involved with the discussions on what do these events look like, especially if they're very large within our state park systems. And once we kind of work out those logistics, then we'll finalize the permit and get, kind of get with our event coordinators and get that planned out to move that ball forward. I think for us within, the scopes of what we do when it comes to permitting, we're fairly, I want to say more nimble. And we need to be better on it in some regards, but I think when we look at special permitting within state parks, it is a process, but I think we can get it done a little bit faster. But that was one of the concerns that we've been hearing over the time, is like the time frame it takes to, once we get that permit, to get it finalized and signed, how can we speed that up? And that's kind of where these updates of where we're at with the permit process is where we're moving forward. So with that is the biggest one, when we hear a customer feedback is the pricing, right? Like, how do we know what we're being charged for, right? And I think it's been a little bit vague when it comes to special use permits, what we're charging for. And so one of the things that we've developed, and my good friend Josh will be presenting here in just 2 seconds about going through that price menu of what we're looking for. A big one was the transparency, as I just mentioned, making sure that we really drill down on those on the prices that we're charging for, as well as making it optional choices for our event organizers if they want to use different things, and we'll go on that into detail. But just to be very clear a little bit on our pricing, and there's some questions about why do we even charge for events and things, and it is just for the simple reason is the funding mechanisms that we use to support our state parks, right? For our 46 state parks, we used our restricted account, meaning anything that we can collect within our fee structure, whether that be day use fees, camping fees, from our concessionaires or whomever that may be. That money is, into our restricted account, where we go ahead and ask the legislature every year if we can utilize those funds to actually run our state parks. And so it's very difficult for us within state parks if we have a special event that's going to displace a lot of our paying customers, our normal paying customers that come into the park. If we can't charge, to ensure that we can continue to operate and run our state parks as we see them today. So that's a little bit about just to give you a little background on that and why the pricing menu is so important. I think moving forward, it adds that consistency. So whether if you're at Sand Hollow or you go to Bear Lake or East Canyon, the formula or the pricing menu will be the same within our state park structure. So you should be seeing that run out statewide, so everybody has that consistency when it comes to the transparency portion of what we do. Okay, sorry, the second component of this is for the large and complex events, right? Like just the logistical sides. One of the concerns that we've heard from different event organizers is like, if I worked at a park, if I was the park manager for 10 years and then I left, and then the new manager comes in, like there's no consistency there of what I had before. How do I know that, this new manager isn't going to charge me more than, the other manager did? Well, obviously with our pricing menu, that should eliminate most of that concern. But the second part of it is that with these other events that, we need to have a little bit more oversight. So our region managers, and I think Cheston's on here with us today as well, he'll have that first look at that permit once it's in that queue, and then it'll be forwarded on to administration in the Salt Lake office. Myself or Scott, our director, can take a look at that just to make sure we're being consistent of what we're looking for, and mainly on the fee side of things, making sure we're consistently, charging what the event organizer has asked for when we move forward with these events. And then last but not least, which is the coolest part, I think, is the web-based application system, right? We're developing, our web developers are developing an online permit portal for all of our events to go run through. So if you're an event organizer, you can just log in, create an account, and then submit your application online to any park that you're looking for to do. We can review it a lot faster and get you an answer back and start that communication process quicker. And probably the best thing I think that I've heard too is that the payment system will be online as well. So no more having to write a check, because I don't know who write checks anymore other than maybe the church or something, but write a check out and then send that in, and to have that ambiguity waiting for that check to be processed and other things like that. It'll be instantaneous. It'll be a lot faster as we move forward. Okay, sorry, looks like I'm catching a little question on the side. The community benefit, was that a question? Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to get to see the actual menu here in a little bit, but when approving an event, do you take into account the economics that will be beneficial to the community? Say you have a bunch of bike riders that come in, and bike riders generally don't spend a lot of money in a community or wherever, but if you have versus an OHV event that spend a lot of money in a community, do you take that into account with the menu?
Yeah, definitely. And we actually we've talked about it back and forth. It was an international one. We kind of took it out because we were looking at the different kind of the discounts that we are going to be providing. And we'll get into that once we jump into the menu itself of that as well. But also we want to be mindful too, especially if folks are staying in our campgrounds. We are a major contributor well, depending on what county you're in, I know the county I used to be in, we were the only contributor to the TRT fund, right? That the ones that our folks, especially in the DMOs, those folks in the counties can actually utilize that money to promote the county in other ways as well. But no, that's a great question, and that's one that we can talk about and add back, get it back into there too, because we had a formula that we had set up, and we're kind of going back.
One more quick question. Sorry for doing this.
Yeah.
I'm a question guy, but if you have a large event that has been doing an event every year around the same time for since the beginning of time, is there a way that they can reserve years in advance so that some little group doesn't come in and beat them by a few seconds and claim their spot that they have traditionally held, and then really wreak havoc on that event? Can they reserve several years out?
That's a great question. And typically what we do, I know with most of our parks too, is like, as soon as that event ends, we typically have a kind of an end of event, like a briefing. We talk to the event organizers to kind of find out what the good, bad, and ugly is. And undoubtedly, like, that's the next question is like, can we reserve our event for the next year? So that question actually has been brought up, and we are going to start working with our purchasing agents to kind of see what options we can do to do those longer range options that you're mentioning, maybe a couple years out.
Yeah, it would be really awful. It would be awful, not only optics wise for you guys, but for the organizers to get screwed out of a date because some little group comes in 20 seconds faster on hitting the send button. So whatever you can do to make that happen for those large events, especially the ones that bring a lot of money into the community, to lock that time in, not have to necessarily talk about it the minute that the event's over, but that they can just put it out several years out at a time would be great.
Right. It gets a little bit tricky that way too, because sometimes, at least from my experience too, sometimes the event organizers will sell their event to other companies and stuff like that. And so there's a little bit of transition there where, the future is a little bit harder to predict when it comes to that stuff. But I get what you're saying. And I think that, like I said, we are looking into that option right now to be able to, if it is one of those well-known events that we're going to consistently see at our park year to year to year, to find a way to get them, to be able to have those events without having to go through this process every single time. Yep. So yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I appreciate that one. Okay, where was I here? Okay, so we talked about the web-based portal that will be coming up, and hopefully we'll have that in by October is our goal line to have that in. And then last but not least, and this is one of the changes that most of our event organizers have been seeing within the last year, as well, you guys well know, and if you don't, we'll just let you know, is that our law enforcement that was embedded within state parks, within our rangers, that has moved into a division of law enforcement. So the law enforcement rangers that we currently had in parks, they're over there, as well as the division of outdoor recreation. They've created their own separate law enforcement agency for a lot of good reasons. And so now they are our supporting agency for law enforcement. And so there may be additional, charges for their services. And granted, again, this is where the communication portion comes into that play. So as an event organizer comes in, we're going to build in analytics to our website to notify not only the park manager that this is a possible larger event or an event that may need some law enforcement oversight, at least to view the event itself to kind of see where they fit and then determine if what services they may or may not need. So parks will coordinate that initially. So as soon as the event organizer gets with us, that notifications will start going out, just as we do with any of our other stakeholders when we are looking at having events at our state parks too. So that's probably another big change that you'll be seeing up to this point now, and we'll see it on our fee menu here in 2 seconds, is that the law enforcement portion of the billing is still with state parks. That may or may not change coming up to the fiscal year, but as of now, that is the current route that we are going, is that the law enforcement billing will come through state parks special use permit. So with that said, I'm sorry I took up way too much time with that. Jason, or Josh, do you want to hurry and just jump on real quick, and I'll stop presenting, and then you can share your screen and go ahead and show where we're at with that.
That sounds great. A little bit of background about me and why I am here. So I am 12 years prior military, and I started working at as the assistant manager at Sand Hollow in March of 2024. So when I first got hired on, this was before the DLE change. One of my priorities, my main priorities in this job was working our permits. And as I was learning, I consistently saw a lack of standardization and pricing and how things were being run in the past. I did not really agree with it. So it's been my focus to standardize the way that the parks are issuing their permits, the way we're pricing, and navigating all the changes as we're going through to try to make things more transparent for everybody involved. So in the last year, I have observed very closely the larger events, how they're being run, how they're being charged, and I absolutely am working very hard to prioritize, focus, and standardize our billing. So basically, I call this a fee menu. So basically, what you see is what you get. Basically, if you decide you want to host an event in the park, you should be able to determine how many vehicles, how many people, what type of event. This is primarily geared towards OHV events at Sand Hollow, but we are working to basically solidify this fee menu and then standardize it, spread it out throughout the park. So it will be individualized to each park at some point in time in the future. But as a work in progress, this is where we've made it so far. So as a menu, you should be able to determine how many people you want to host at your event, how many campsites you want to use at your event, what locations of the park you want to utilize, and know exactly, you know, how many days you want to use those sites, and be able to get a standardized fee for that. So this menu basically describes all of our fees, what the max fee that Utah legislation will allow us to charge for those amenities. I have our standard fees here in the center row, and then in the column to the right, we have an event cost. So depending on the type of event, what it is you guys are wanting to do, how you're wanting to utilize the park, you know, we want to build in a level of flexibility with this. We don't want it to be strict, you know, we're not willing to work with you guys or whatever. So this allows us some kind of flexibility to work with you guys depending on how you're wanting to utilize the park or what kind of events you want to host. And then in here, basically all you need to do is adjust the count. So if you're hosting a small event, you got 25 vehicles coming into the park for a day, you know, it automatically calculates everything based on the inputs that you provide into this menu, and it will calculate all the way down here. So this top section here, these are park entry fees. It's not required to host an event inside the park, but it gives you the option to incorporate those fees into your event. So you can choose to basically include your, like if you're hosting an event and you're selling tickets, you can include the park entry fees in your ticket sales. That way they're not being charged for the event and then they're being charged to enter the park separately. We can combine that all in there, but it's not a requirement for you to do that to host your event. So it just allows an option for flexibility. Same thing with the camping. We don't normally, excuse me. So our camping is, can be reserved for large events, you know, up to a year plus in advance. So if that's something you guys are wanting to do, we have, you know, again, the standard fees, how much we charge for them, how many you can charge for. And again, that includes extra vehicles for all the sites. It will automatically quantify all these numbers for you. It will tell you how much it's going to cost per night for all those campsites. It will tell you the total for the entirety of the amount of camping that you're wanting. It will estimate the amount it will cost to camp for the attendees. It automatically calculates about, it will automatically calculate about 2.5 people per campsite. So it gives you estimated numbers, so that way event coordinators can better.
Josh, can you zoom in a little bit? It sounds like people are having a little bit hard time kind of reading the numbers and what they look like. And we can send this to y'all so you can maybe take a look at it, because it is going to be a little bit harder to see just zoomed in, I think.
Is that better?
Yeah, just a couple notes too. And from what I've been seeing from our event coordinators too, is that really to keep prices down, if you know, camping can just be one of those things where folks can go ahead and reserve a site, you know, through our normal chains, it does keep costs down significantly. I think a majority of costs for event organizers when they come in, especially when I look at the Sand Hollow events, it is the camping side of it when they reserve these for multiple days. One other option that we can do with camping too is if it is, Sand Hollow is a hard one because it seems like they're always busy, but like if it is a park, for instance, say I'll just give you what I know a little bit, East Canyon State Park, where if it's a shoulder season and we only have like 20 or 30% occupancy within that site, we can work with that and say, this is what our normal fees would have been on this day, and this is what we can charge you for camping. But this is the kind of more the challenging part when it comes to event organizations, when it comes to the camping. And Josh can kind of show you how quickly this thing can add up. And this is one where it's, you know, with camping itself, you know, just to be transparent and forward, is that's the hard one, right? There's just not enough campsites in Utah to accommodate the need for, you know, folks to come in. And so when we have to reserve these or take them off, it causes us a little bit of a heartache, because we do get a lot of pushback from the normal customer that had been waiting, you know, for whatever, because this was their vacation time to come to the park and with this exclusive use. But that's the thing about what we do with camping here, at least. Sorry, Josh, I'm going on, but is that we're not charging you anything extra for just the campsites for having this exclusive use to it.
All right, so I just basically made a reservation for some primitive camping sites, and basically all of our Sandpit campground. These fees add up quickly. So for 3 nights in our Sandpit campground, it's looking to be about $9,000. So it can be expensive, but like I said, we are willing to work with event coordinators to basically standardize these prices and schedule them years in advance. I can show you down bottom, but again, these camping fees are optional. We are working with Aspira to try to, and Reserve America, to try to basically allow customers to call in and reserve campsites more than 4 months out, which is currently all that Reserve America will let you book out. We're determining a way to do that so that if event coordinators do not want to manage all the camping themselves, that's something we can still manage, and then they can still provide that amenity to their campers more than 4 months out for their event. So they will be able to have first dibs on the camping specifically for their event. So, but again, not a requirement for anybody to host an event in the park. It is an optional fee. So down here, these are the actual event costs. So for example, Sand Hollow has multiple locations in the park that could be reserved. Again, so each location is $250 a day. And, you know, depending on how many days, you'd be able to reserve exactly what you want, whether it's the OHV staging area, the beaches, the boat ramps. We facilitate all kinds of events. It doesn't have to strictly be for OHV events. We're constantly working with triathlons and all kinds of nonprofit events, and I'm trying to incorporate all of them into here. But just seeing how our large OHV events have been such a concern in the past and how unstandardized things were, that was my primary focus with this, but we are working this with everybody. So anyways, this will allow you to calculate all those locations. And again, it provides estimated costs per attendee, so event coordinators can help calculate the fees into their ticket sales, again, up to a year in advance. So they can standardize their pricing and know what it is that they'll be getting and adjust their ticket sales appropriately. So down here, permit application, that is not a daily fee. That is a one-time fee. So for large permits, usually $250. Smaller permits, you know, not the case. Like, we're not going to charge $250 for a photography fee. SITLA fees are a requirement. We do have to pay 4% of an event's cost to SITLA public lands if they are going to be utilizing trails outside the park. So that will automatically calculate in here as well.
Why would you even put that on there if they're using say Sand Hollow? Why are you worrying about SITLA? Why would you not let the event organizers deal with SITLA individually? Why are you involved with SITLA with that?
So we are basically delegated to manage the SITLA lands and permits outside of Sand Hollow State Park for SITLA. So basically we have an agreement with them, and we can manage the events that access the SITLA lands. And that was in place long before I was ever hired here at Sand Hollow State Park. Brody, I would love to provide you more information on that, but this is definitely something I can follow up with you on after this meeting if you would like.
What would be nice is to have SITLA come and explain their pricing policy. I know, and this is totally out of this, but like the Tri-State ATV Jamboree had all sorts of trouble with SITLA. One of the reasons that Jamboree got shut down, they couldn't afford the $10 or $20 or so $1,000 that SITLA was requesting of them. But that, again, that would be for another day, another person. But it just, yeah.
Just to be clear, that 4% that I'm discussing for SITLA it's not 4% of the camping. It's not 4% of the park entry fees. It's literally only for the event costs. And that's only if they are utilizing the trails outside of the park. And it's 4% of the event fees is usually not very significant. It's, we make it reasonable.
But Brody, you bring up a good point though. We'll look into that to kind of see
absolutely
what their charging model is for sure.
Oh, it's not uniform across the state. You go to one SITLA area, one price, another SITLA area, another price. One SITLA group loves the OHV community, another SITLA group hates the OHV community. There's no accountability. Yet they all, I would imagine, they report to the governor just like everybody else does, but there's no accountability and no uniformity. Sorry for my frustration with this, but I hear it from the OHV community all the time that SITLA is almost like dealing with the BLM.
Well, I would like to think that at least here at Sand Hollow, we make it simple. And Brody, these are things that I keep hearing over and over again. I haven't been with state parks for a very long time, but these are all things that I am actively trying to address. And the lack of standardization, the way fees are being run, they're all concerns of mine, and I would love to follow up with you after this meeting. I'm also looking to get more involved in the off-highway vehicle community. If anybody would like to include me in future meetings, or if I can actually get invitations to these meetings in the future, that would be outstanding, because I definitely want to address all of these concerns, at least through state parks. So anyways, back to the fee menu. We are calculating manager time. A lot of the times some permits can really take a toll on the amount of time it takes us to coordinate with all the different agencies, whether it's Washington County, Hurricane City, if we're working with law enforcement or discussing with our risk management office, we're having to check with legal, and there's a lot of things, coordinating fire, coordinating medical, making sure that there's availability. A lot of time can go into this. And so this is in here basically just so we are basically spending our time appropriately. If we need help from coordinators to do things, there are certain things we will ask coordinators to do, such as, coordinate with medical, coordinate with fire or law enforcement, depending on the size of their event. So, but if we have to get involved, or if you guys would like, additional meetings with us and it does become excessive, we will try to work with you on that. We're not charging at Sand Hollow. We are not charging excessive amounts of management time. We understand the amount of work you guys put into these events, and we do not take that for granted. So we got third-party vendor services in here. So if you want to bring in a ton of vendors, usually event coordinators will send us a list. We don't just look at the list and go, okay, sweet, sounds good. No, I am going through and I am, making sure that they're not on a restriction list for our park, because maybe they have been caught selling alcohol inside the park without a permit in the past. I'm checking to see what their reviews are like, making sure they're not fraudulent businesses, trying to get a background on these guys to make sure that like they are family friendly vendors.
Hey, Josh,
yes,
we appreciate it. We're over time on the allotment that we have for you guys.
Sorry.
We'd appreciate, if you were able to send this menu out to us, and thank you for taking.
Can we just share one more thing, Jason, that I think is probably the coolest part about this whole thing? Sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
Would you go to the discount portion real fast and just show kind of what we've been hearing from our community? And Brody, we actually did have that community outreach portion in here. Just real fast. There is just social media impressions, because I know there is basically free advertisement that we're getting as a state park from the event organizers. There's nonprofit. We want to make sure that our nonprofits that are coming through from the OHV community are also taken care of and provided, reasonable access as far as costs into the state park, as well as improvements to the park and or the trails that are associated with just in this particular one, Sand Hollow. So sorry about that. And there is a law enforcement section below, and I feel bad that it doesn't sound like we have time to kind of delve into that one too, but I think Director Royce is there. If there's any other questions, you can ask him, but just appreciate the time. I'm so sorry. We have just so much to share, and we're happy to do that. So if there's any questions, please feel free to reach out. Myself, Josh, Cheston's on his line. We'd love to have it. And so we'll send our information as well as this to you.
Okay.
Yes. I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you for the invitation to this meeting. I definitely do want to become more of a part of the OHV community, and definitely would like to follow up with any questions you may have. Brody, please feel free to give me an email at the end of this. And I would love to discuss with everybody with any other questions or input they could have regarding state parks, permitting, OHVs, and I would love to get more involved in the community. Thank you.
Can you send out your contact information?
Yes, I will provide that in the comment section.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, now we'll move on to our the next item on our agenda. This is item number 5, Desert Roads and Trail Society land and building proposal. Jeff Bieber, is that right?
Kevin and Tim here. Yeah, we're here. Where do you want us? Can you hear us? Yeah, you can walk. Okay. To the table. You can hear us. We'll just stay right where we're at.
Okay, tip my spot, and you'll get a little closer.
You want to get on camera?
Nobody wants to say
Hey, listen, we want to, Chris, are you there still? Chris, step away from the camera. He's still showing
Chris Haramoto?
on the screen. Chris Haramoto, yeah.
Okay.
So it's clear from that presentation, Josh and Chris, that they have taken our recommendations, our discussions, the meetings that we've had, a lot of phone calls, and they put some actions. And I think made a positive step. But we're here to make a quick proposal, quick presentation to the group. We were asked by Director Swaylock to come and make a personal presentation. One of the reasons the Sand Hollow permitting process is part of this meeting is because it has raised some serious concerns among OHV community. And those concerns are legitimate concerns, but there's some economic components to it. There's the tourism components to it. And there's all these different components of a singular problem that are very complex. And they've started to lead to some huge event costs for people that want to come to Sand Hollow State Park and access Sand Mountain. And that's just simple economics taking effect, right? That's just the supply and demand. We've got this much supply and this much demand. And so we were seeing events start
being handed $150 and even more $1,000 fees to come in and stage their events at Sand Hollow. And these events lead, Brody, as you were talking about, these events create millions of dollars in economic benefit to Washington County and to Hurricane City and then surrounding businesses, the private businesses that support the people and the tourists that are coming to use Sand Mountain. And if those events were priced out, Brody, like you were talking about, it would be devastating to the private businesses. Now, my name is Kevin Mortensen. I live in the Sevier County area. Sheriff Curtis is my brother-in-law. I don't see him on here. Today's his son's high school graduation, so they've got a busy day. I've got to get back to Nate's house by 1:30 for lunch. But we live in rural Utah. We see that people come from all over the world who want to come and view our dirt. But in order to view our dirt and access our trails, they have to come through our towns. And when they come through our towns, they create disruptions and problems. And so as representatives of the motorized community, we have to go to the private, our citizens, our neighbors, the people who have farms and ranches and who have kids playing out on the sidewalks, and we have to hear the complaints. You're bringing people into our town. We don't want them here. But as an OHV enthusiast myself and as a user of the public lands, I also, and as a private business owner in rural Utah, I own several businesses. If the tourists went away, I'd be destitute. And I don't think a lot of the residents of rural Utah calculate that. They want their rural way of life and the benefits of having all the tourists that come in. And I think there is a middle ground there. I think there's a way to find both of those. Sand Hollow and Sand Mountain and Hurricane are a great study for how to fix a problem that's going to be reoccurring all over southern Utah. It's already happening at Sand Mountain, but we're starting to see it happen. Well, Moab's another place where this is happening, but Green River, your neck of the woods up Emory County, Sevier County, Marysville, other places, Kanab is another one where the people are coming, they want to access the trails, but they have to come to town. So about what has been a year and a half, we've been talking about some options to relieve some of the stress off Sand Hollow. And I don't know how much we want to get into it here. Do we want to talk about the whole project?
Yeah, I think so.
The whole thing?
And to be clear too, this is an invitation extended to come to the last meeting. We'd love to have you at any of these meetings to present ideas, proposals to this body, because we view this body as kind of the filter and the of advice for the division's planning.
Let me give you some history. So I used to work at Booth.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Cameron. And there's only about 15 minutes left for this piece.
I know, look, we were supposed to start half an hour ago.
Yeah, and I'm accounting for that. So just, yeah.
So real simple, right? As I've traveled over southern Utah and I talked to county commissioners, mayors, and about promoting tourism, the one thing I hear isn't show them this beautiful dirt. It's tell them how to behave when they come here. That's the most important thing. Everybody says that. Tell them how to behave when they. So interfacing, tourism interfacing rural Utah is a huge problem, and we have to solve it. We have an opportunity in Hurricane to purchase 120 acres that adjoin Sand Mountain. What this 120 acres will allow us to do is to put a staging area for OHVs that will relieve the pressure on Sand Hollow State Park. There is more demand for Sand Hollow State Park than they can ever fulfill. You could quadruple the size of Sand Hollow and they will still be able to fill their campgrounds and the people are still going to come. They're just, I mean, and the last thing you want to do, right, Josh? You're laying on the beach. The last thing you want to do is for side-by-sides. So you're standing at Sand Hollow with the lake behind you and the tunnel in front of you. At your 11 o'clock, there's a ridge. And at the base of that ridge, there's 120 acres. That's for sale, that the owner of that land has told us we could purchase. And we've already got all the, you got the map.
Bring up Google Maps and we can.
It's exactly just south of the private airport in Hurricane, if you know where that is.
Currently, tap on Sand Hollow State Park on the left column. Yep, just tap right there. And zoom in.
He needs to get in here, and Jeff needs to get in here. Is Jeff, are you on here?
Jeff.
That's on there. This is.
The idea behind this 120 acres is to relieve the pressure being put on Hurricane Town, Washington County, and San Jose State Park by bringing OHV enthusiasts out to the, what was that, the northeast boundary?
Yes.
The northeast boundary of Sand Mountain. We envision 150, we've already priced out, yeah, so you'd be right, see where the private airport is over here? Yep. Right there, go right where your arrow is, go straight in.
Down.
Straight down, nope, down, nope, up, up,
Can
up.
you share your screen?
We're right here,
Give me one
right there.
second. Let me share this for everyone. You're sitting here.
Up into the right a little
Right
bit.
where, right here, right there.
Where the
Zoom in.
Right there where your hand is. Yep. See this ridge here?
yes.
We're right in here. Yes.
So this is the 120 acres.
Roughly, that's kind of an idea of where it's at. So Sand Hollow, or Sand Mountain's right here, Sand Hollow's right over there.
Right off of Highway 7.
So how are they gonna get from this to Sand Hollow?
It's direct access.
There's already a road.
Direct access?
There's already roads, it shares a boundary with Sand Mountain.
What about dust considerations with the airport there?
So that is paved roads coming up past here, but that's a private strip.
Okay.
So the, there's roads that come around back over here that would access it.
It's probably 3 miles, 4 miles, 5,
See,
something.
this is the airport right here.
Oh, okay. I thought it
This
was
is
that strip
that,
there. What's
this is
that
that
there?
new water park where they,
Oh, okay. I was thinking of that. It was gonna be right next to it. There are gonna be some issues with dust.
no, that's that new water park.
Okay.
So we're right here is the land,
Oh, okay, so it's down here.
kind of right in there.
And so what's the plans for that land?
So we bid out 150 foot by 50 foot,
150 by
150 foot by 250 foot building, air conditioned. A search and rescue shed, place for law enforcement, and a place for the sheriff's office. Also, water, power, all the necessary infrastructure, possibly showers, and the ability for tourists to come and guys to come. So Waddy's Corral is 5 acres.
Yes.
And you could make that 100 times bigger and it would still fill up, right? So this 120 acres, we'd be able to spread out. I think the original plan, Jeff, you're on here, you can answer this question, is 45 acres and then to expand from there. But camping, sewers, you know, they have a sewer system, maybe
utilities.
all full utilities, all that. So it's gonna give us the ability, guys, to change the way tourism interfaces with Washington.
And the land itself is how much? 3.5?
We're thinking we do the whole thing for 5 million,
Including the building.
including the
Right, but
building.
the land piece is about 3.5
About
million.
$3.5 million. in it.
And that would be cash. There's also because we're a 501c3, they're taking the write-off portion of that too.
Okay.
So who would own this?
Who owns
Desert
it?
Roads and Trail Society. Desert
You
Roads
say
and Trail
who owns it
Society.
now or who will?
No,
Who
who,
will?
if you do this, who's gonna own, who's gonna have?
We will.
D-Rats.
Okay.
D-Rats will own it. No offense, but having the ability of a private organization to run it's gonna free a lot of red tape up, right? So we can deal with SITLA.
Can I interrupt?
Please jump in.
Let me give just a 1 minute overview, because some of you I don't recognize on what Desert Roads and Trail Society is, right? We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We're the organization that puts on the Winter 4x4 Jamboree. Our mission is donations. Every dime that we raise, aside from operating costs, is donated. We donated over just under $80,000 this year. Total since we've been incorporated, it's been, Jeff, about 4.5 million that we've donated. He's on a boat somewhere on a lake, so he probably doesn't comment to these questions. He's somewhere
now.
So every year, the whole purpose of the Winter 4x4 Jamboree is donations. We give to search and rescue, we give to BLM, or not BLM, sorry.
Blue Ribbon Coalition.
Blue Ribbon, yeah, sorry. All the different youth organizations we donate to. All the profits that generate from this facility will follow that same model. They'll all be donated.
To where?
To the same organizations. The youth.
Jeff, is Jeff on?
Jeff is on, yeah.
Some of
He
it's
was
gonna be-
a few minutes ago.
So, you know, when we had a conversation with Jeff, he mentioned that was a different plan.
No, you're right. So I should have filled you in on this. You guys know the Perpetual Education Fund, Perpetual Integration Fund? So there's kind of a vision of this is we take the money out of the state, out of, public money, we build this, and then we start putting the money, the profits from it back into those same places where we got the money out of. So it replenishes itself. We want to replicate this all over southern Utah.
So the intention, according to Jeff, would be that the majority of the proceeds, well, not the proceeds, sorry, the profit portion would go into the OHV restricted.
We come back into either the OHV restricted account or probably the OHV because that's money that we control, right? So
Still donated.
it's going to come back in, it'll pay for itself. We can use that and we can start replicating that as we go around the state because we're going to still charge events to come and use this. And we're going to charge people to use the facilities there. There might be showers and they have to pay for showers to use the showers. But we're going to be able to build search and rescue shed there so that law enforcement has a place to stage right there on the mountain without having to interface with the public.
Jeff is on, he's struggling with the microphone, so
Okay.
he's working on it.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Jeff answered a lot of
so there's
questions.
probably tons of questions among them. Disposition of the land if the nonprofit goes away. If Jeff decides to get hit by a bus one day and you guys decide you don't want to do it anymore, then what? What's the contingency plan?
Yeah, so
Our bylaws outline all of that, yeah, for Desert Rose and Trail Society.
For
We have a secession
lands
plan
that you own.
in there. So,
But what I'm saying is what that doesn't work. What if the succession plan doesn't work?
There's still questions that need to be answered, and that's definitely one of them because it's come up a lot where do we want this privately owned or do we want this publicly owned?
It could be, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is there a provision for a reversionary clause. So that if Desert Rose and Trails for some reason dissolves, then what happens to that land? Does it come to the state? Does it come to the county? What happens?
we've had lots of discussions about
That's a
that.
big conversation. And then the other conversation I saw in the comments is, what are the protections that we could have in place, to guarantee that this land is long-term protected? And the answer to that, I think, Brody, just at least as far as we're concerned, we would have to have an easement in place. a recreational easement.
So here, one of the
Totally agree. I think we gotta, we've, I think as a council, we've been very hesitant to provide land for private groups without some kind of ironclad eternal protection, because we don't want to see it turned into housing in 5 or 10 years where, all of a sudden the land is worth $20 million and you got all these people from California needing a place to build. We got to have something in ironclad writing that survives future owners or whatever else, signed off by the Attorney General and everything.
Brody, we agree 1,000%. That's why our organization exists.
Yeah.
Sand Mountain would be homes without the work that Gratz has done.
Exactly.
The other thing I'd have a question of is this isn't going to necessarily impact my thoughts on it, but what's the Sand Hollow staff's thought on this? Where have they given you thumbs up? Are they rolling their eyes? What's their thoughts?
Well, speaking from Sand Hollow, we fully support our OHV community. We want to keep Sand Mountain public access. We want to support the community. And if I could do so, I would very happily love to get involved. If I could be of support, please let me know.
But are you supporting this particular project or just the whole idea overall statewide? This project, do you support it?
Personally,
Josh, maybe I should take
state parks. Yeah, Chris.
Josh, maybe I better take this one, and I don't want to speak for the director, right? Because he may have a different thought. But in my mind, I think with this center going in, as Casey talked about, it will relieve pressure from the state park, right? I believe that there's enough, to go around, if you will, of this, because it would be. I mean, if this center came in, there's the potential of the state park losing a lot of business essentially from this. But I do believe there will be enough to go around. I think that this is just me speaking, and I want to speak for Scott, but I just can't at this juncture. But I think it's something like, if we looked at it holistically, it would be a benefit not only to the park itself, to the community as a whole in Washington County. So I like I said, that's kind of where I would stand with it. And I don't want to speak for the director, but I think it is a positive thing for it would be for us moving forward.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I address one portion of that too? As Chris mentioned, the community, right? With Water Conservancy coming into Warner Valley, all of that dispersed camping there is going away. And I understand BLM is federal and this is a state meeting. I understand that, but that's all BLM, or technically it's not BLM, but it's referred to that way. All that camping is going away. As part of this facility, we're planning on 50 camp spots to replace those. So that it will help that overall community. All those people that have been staying in Warner Valley for decades now have somewhere to go.
Do you remind me again what size of building you guys were looking at doing?
150 by 250. 37,000. Okay.
And then do you have water rights available there? Is there enough from the local conservancy district to provide for a facility that big with the 50 camp spots? What does that discussion look like?
So I believe it's Hurricane is putting in a new well just off of this property right now.
150 feet away.
Yeah, we've already been in discussion with them because they're bringing power and water to that facility. We have preliminary discussions with them to piggyback on both of those to the facility.
And your cost estimate, you're saying $1.5 million for a 36,000 square foot building?
That's not, doesn't sound.
No, Jeff has those numbers.
Yeah, we got the numbers.
Is it concrete on the bottom or just dirt or what we got? Concrete?
Who is it that gave the bid? What was that company's name?
I would say a building that size would cost you.
It's 2.3 million for the building.
Yeah, I visited a 33,000 square foot building up in Weber County that in 2020 cost 2 million. Today, probably more 4 or 5 million as a guideline. So yeah, I would be interested to see a little bit more about that. But okay, there's probably hours worth of conversation.
Yeah, that's
this kind of, this whole concept could have. Mr. Chair, maybe I can offer just a couple of paths on this. I've talked informally to a few of you about this. There's several potential ways this could play out. The OHV account could be a player in this, and obviously it's way bigger than a grant. We only get 3.5 million appropriated every year for the over grant. So a portion could be paid for with an over grant. A portion could also come from the Outdoor Venture Fund. There's two different paths to that fund. Director Ferry and I have had some conversations about how we could tap into that fund. And then there could be potentially a budget request that the division and the DNR could make, pitch it to the governor's office and to pitch it to the legislature and the governor's budget recommendation. So there's like about 5 different ways that this could be funded. So on the funding side, a lot of different possibilities. I think conceptually though, I'd like to know what the advisory council thinks of it, including the ownership, the revenue plan, and maybe some of the more specifics.
Yeah, certainly. And looking at this too, I think this needs a lot more discussion. It sounds like a really good opportunity, just at face value, but I think there's a lot of details that we're going to need as a council to be able to sign off on if we're funding it. And part of what Jason was saying is who ends up with ownership long term. Is the organization around for long haul? What happens if that dissolves? That's a big concern, I think. And then, yeah, water is a huge topic down there. There's not a whole lot to go around. So, yeah, I mean, if you've got water availability, that I think that'll help you guys a lot in your application process. Getting a good, accurate cost estimate on your building project. I mean, you're looking at under $200 a square foot, which is pretty hard to do these days. For a building, plus development of campgrounds. I mean, there's a lot going into this. I think there needs to be a lot more information sorted.
Jason, some of the gotten right now include donations from private businesses. Like a lot of our excavation work, local companies are willing to donate part of their costs and not charge a full cost.
Can I, Mr. Chair, just a suggestion? I think this would be something that the
advisory council could better consider if there was a written proposal with some of those details filled in and some of the quotes and bids and things like that.
Yes.
So the reason we're here is to open the conversation. We're not here to ask for funding. We're not here with any money requests, but we're here to provide a vision, right? So me from a rural Utah point of view, a business owner, I see the tourists come in, I see how they interact, and I know how we can fix the problems and how we can, look, rural Utah is going to disappear, not literally, but figuratively, if we can't get a handle on tourism. We're going to be meeting with the Office of Tourism in a couple of weeks to talk about some other options that is more in their line of work. But if we can find a way to get people to still come look at our dirt and view our dirt, but not destroy our towns, then we're going to be that far ahead of the game when what's going on at Hurricane is replicated all over southern Utah. And I think we great example to learn from. What we're presenting now may be completely different than what happens. We just love a room full of smart people with this because it makes things get better. And so we want to start the conversation. We know that we're rough right now, but by the time we put the shovel into the ground, we expect it to be a very polished, very good looking proposal that and final product, right? So
Eric, you have a comment?
Yeah, you know, you were just talking about, you know, kind of what our thoughts are. We're not really getting into debating this, you know, this project as being done, but what we're doing right now is kind of checking our temperature, right? And so you're looking at, you know, how big of an ask is it? What kind of budget we have? You know, Jason, I appreciate offering up different, you know, avenues to get that money. And there's, you know, something that's overall a little bit of an issue that I feel personally on the council is the main purpose for this money is to get some trail work done, is to get some riding opportunities open and, you know, miles of trails, right? And it feels like we're straying a little bit. We feel like we're, you know, overall it doesn't really relate to this project, but the search and rescue thing, you know, that started out as like a 5% of the fund, and now it seems like it's way more. I haven't seen the numbers lately, but you know, that's great, and the funding's great, and I'm sure that'll be addressed at a different time. But if we're looking at something this big, what happens to all of our other projects that we're pushing so hard for? Getting those new miles, getting those tracks, getting the, you know, updating our current tracks, making sure that there's a place for Utah users to use, not necessarily tourists. And I've been known as being called a tourist, trying to go down to Sand Hollow and camp and pay my fee, and that puts me into a tourist state, I guess. But at the same time, this money, I got to look at all my fellow users, the ones I'm interacting with all day, saying, yeah, hey, I sit on this council, you guys take your funds, it goes into this, people write grants, and we approve those grants, and it's going to make your writing better, it's going to give you more opportunity. And so all this, every time we have these conversations, it goes back to that. And so a project like this is intriguing, it's great, but I would hope at the end of the day, it's commensurate with everything else we have going on, you know, that the ask needs to be appropriate. So that's my comment.
I have a comment too, along with Eric's. I think it's a great idea as well, but I think with all of our applicants trying to really refine what is the piece that the over grant funding would be most appropriate for, you know, maybe it's the OHV camping opportunity that then provides additional space for that use to be able to access this area, right? That might be a more appropriate place than buying the land, right? Like maybe it's the improvements of the campsites. So I think all of our grant applications, especially these huge projects, kind of struggle with that piece. Like, which piece do you refine to actually come to this council and ask for? And I think that's what I'll be curious for.
And I think it's a great thought, right? You don't want to build the most beautiful baseball field in the world if there's no stands for people to come and watch the game, right? So we're talking about building the stadium. You guys talking about building the field, right? We have the best trail system in the world. We really do have the best trail system, thanks to the work Brett does and his group and going out and doing the work on that. But there is a bottleneck being created at our trailhead communities. So we've got, in this state, every town has trailheads. And so every town is impacted by tourism. And what we're just trying to do is provide a long-term vision to make it easier for people to come from Salt Lake to Richfield, or Salt Lake to Moab, or Salt Lake to Kanab, or Salt Lake to the San Rafael Swell, and access those trails without disrupting the people who live there and make a living there.
So it is possible to fund this without having to dip into the money that we build baseball fields with.
I believe so, yeah.
Too. There's other options.
Yeah, there are two, well, I would say three different potential pots. There's the which be restricted account that could come into play. But there's also the Outdoor Venture Fund and our process that Patrick and several of our colleagues in the division have developed with regional recreation councils. Patty Kubea down there in the Southwest is over that regional council, would be the best one to start having the conversation with. And then there's also funding that we have in that account that is unappropriated that we could get an appropriation for through the normal building block budget process. So that's also possible.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. This is something that's never been done in Utah.
Well, what's the next step you guys think that you want to see from the division, from the council? What do you?
Meetings. We need to sit down together and work out some of these details. You know, a couple of questions that have come up real quick that I would like to address. So DRATS has been around for 11 years. You know, we haven't been here for 2 or 3 or whatever. It's been 11 years. We do have a full quote on the building at 214 to do this. It's a steel
For 37,000.
37,500.
Well, so I think it would be really, really beneficial, like I said, to have a written proposal that outlines every one of these elements. So then we can evaluate as a commission or a committee rather, what's most appropriate for the different funds and how much support we can lend to it and really get behind. I mean, we're not in the business of, we can't create this proposal. You guys like to create a proposal. So that to me would be the best next step.
And that is far underway.
Excellent.
And if you can't do it without your help, right? So it's not gonna happen without you guys. So, and a lot of smart people, a lot of great ideas. So we expect to come back and forth and maybe, you know, the vision of one guy is this big, but the vision of 20 people is this big. We can make a great thing happen. That's the truth. And not being philosophical, Brett.
So I talked to Jeff a little bit about this, and I recommended maybe considering Hurricane City or the county be a co-partner, maybe even 30%.
That's one of the options.
70. And then if this nonprofit went away, which they come and go, or, you know, life is short, there would be a backup plan that they would take control of. And so
Public partnership would open up other grant funding sources like the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which could offer up to $3 million for property purchase. And it would also help kind of address the perpetuity or the land ownership requirements over time. So part of that grant funding essentially protects the land as a public asset forever. So that would be something that would kind of address some of those concerns.
I think we end up as a P3. I really do think we end up as a P3. So, and there's just not any other way around it, right? We need the public muscle. On private.
There's no private money to do the whole thing?
Well, there could be, but we haven't even got that far yet.
Okay, you know, there's like I said, this is a month-long conversation type of thing.
It really
We can't
is.
do it in 15 minutes.
So what we're at right now is a year in the making.
Okay.
And so we're talking.
So how long will it take to get a proposal on paper?
We can, not too long. The landowner really right now, I'll tell you, the landowner is well-known Utah. If I said his name, every one of you would know who it is. He only wants that land to be used for OHV, for accessing, not houses. That's his main thing. He does not want it built out. So anything we do to purchase the land, we have to come up to him with a proposal. And that's why we don't have a land bid proposal yet. We have to say, we have the money and the money's coming from this source and this is the intent of the land use. And then we can go to him and then we can start talking real money.
He won't donate the land?
Well, they actually have talked about donating the land, and some of the land purchase will be, the reason we need the nonprofit is because we can award them back $1 million or $2 million in over 10 years in tax deductions. The guy's a multi-millionaire, doesn't need the money.
Jason, to answer your question, give us 3 months.
Should we schedule a follow-up between now and then, or do you think 3 months is the next meeting?
Follow-up between now and then would be beneficial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can reach out for that.
And then think Sand Flats and think other places around the state where where tourism is affecting the small towns and then replicating this in other places and then bringing those revenues back into the OHV account. It could be millions back in.
Well, we'd certainly like to thank the council for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for presenting. We appreciate it, and we look forward to getting that proposal from you and hearing more about it. Okay, now we'll move on to our next item. This is item number 6, review and approval of OHV Advisory Council bylaws. Rachel, you had some ideas on here. Go ahead and if you would, take it away.
Okay. Yeah. So this stemmed from our last meeting's discussion. When we voted in our chair and vice chair, there was also a secretary position.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Oh, thanks. So these changes, and the reason behind it is because the secretary position right now, its duties involve keeping record of each meeting's proceedings, arrange meeting places, and prepare meeting agendas sent to the council. That's all what staff does currently. We've had past SITLA reps, so right now Bonnie is our secretary, but a lot of this has just been happening and taking place internally with program staff, aka me. And that's how all of our other grant programs and all of our other councils and committees are run. So ultimately this change, all it does is remove the secretary duties under a duty as the advisory council, and just really comes back to the staff and continues on how we're currently doing it. So instead of voting in a secretary, it would just be chair, vice chair, and then we would handle all the logistics, all the meeting handouts, the meeting minutes, kind of how we've been going forward in the past. So that's all that changes. But because it's bylaws, we need your input on it. And this is, I believe, an action item as well. Yes, it's an action item. And I know that we do have a quorum of votable people.
Is that verified, Mr. Chair? Do we want to do a quick quorum check?
Sorry. Quorum check. Yeah. Who do we have here as members of the council in the room right now?
We just have, well, Scott.
Sure.
Oh, well, Cheryl can't vote.
I know she can't vote, but
It's just me?
You're the only person.
Oh, please go.
We're all here, for you, Scott.
yeah.
What do you want out of me now? Can I get from you guys?
And then we have
We do. Brett joined, so Brett's on the call. Brett, have you completed your swear-in procedure that was texted out to you yesterday?
Yep, all done.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have the list. So online we have Brett, Brody, Eric, you, Jason. Well, sorry, Jason Blankenagel, Mike Cook. And, yeah, right. Yeah.
Kirk Chester.
There you are.
Yeah, that's 7.
Yeah, 7. So that's 7 people. So the only people that will not be voting is Dave Jacobson and Cheryl currently.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there any questions about the bylaws or any other input from the council that you wanted to bring up regarding the secretary position?
We're voting on, what about that? I see other red lines in there.
It's just changing the numbers.
Yeah, it's just changing the
I removed a
numbers.
section.
So all this thing that is changing in here is just removing the secretary and kind of just amending grammatically
I thought there was more red lines in front of you.
later on.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that.
Separate.
We're just talking about.
This is just
Okay.
bylaws, yeah.
Okay. And is that, do we just need a motion to accept that change?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion if anybody's willing to make it.
This is Brody. I entertain a motion that we accept the bylaws as amended.
Entertain or make a motion?
Make the motion.
Okay.
This is
This is Kirkles.
Which one, Kirk or Eric?
Eric. Use faster.
Eric seconded.
Yes, I've seconded it.
Okay, motion by Brody, seconded by Eric. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Unmuted, aye.
And I'll vote aye as well. Okay, thank you. Is that all we had on the bylaws discussion, Rachel?
That's all we had for it.
Okay.
I thought some red lines in there.
There is that we have later on, we have after lunch, we have admin reports.
Okay.
So this is just bylaws, secretary, and the fund.
Okay, the way they worded it said the changes in the bylaws, and I just want to make sure that it's not all the changes in the bylaws, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I thought there was more changes in there than just that.
I was just saying it's after lunch.
And it's a separate thing. It's a separate.
Okay,
This is.
This one. They're two different things.
okay.
I'm not trying to sneak anything past you.
Yes, that's done. See.
No, I guess that's that.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Let's move on to the next item. Item number 7, this is information, OHV restricted account, grandma discussion. Jason, you're the only one standing between us and lunch, so go ahead.
Okay, you got 4 minutes. Well, really, this is kind of the continuation of the conversation that kind of got fast tracked last time. Like I said, I didn't want to end that conversation because there was a lot of questions. And so rather than present you with what I think you need to hear, I'm just wanting to see what kind of thoughts and questions, concerns. I've heard words like corruption and theft and lying come up. And that's the first thing I want to address and see what the council might say about any of that. If there's corruption, stealing, and lying going on, then I'm out of a job. So let's hear it. Anything at all with this grandma request and the results of that request.
You want some comments?
Questions? What concerns do you have?
I guess I want to make a comment. Over the years, I wasn't aware of how much funding was involved in this. I felt like over the years I've been kind of in the dark on some of the things. And so some of the lights being shown, that's a good thing. And maybe it surprised me that where some of the money was going, and I didn't realize there was so much there. So that's a comment on my end. How we deal with it, I think we need to have a discussion of how we deal with that. And because I didn't know that, I wasn't able to make any comments because I didn't know anything about it.
So, yeah, that comment is, to me, spot on. I want to turn all the lights on. There's no reason to exclude any. It's all public information. It should be public information. It's accessible. I want to make it accessible to you as well. Scott and I had a little brief chat today just about the restricted account itself. And here are kind of the big numbers. And there's there's definitely more detail that we want to put in to a document, or kind of, as Scott has explained it, a flow chart that helps explain a little bit more detail of the categories of the expenditure. So at the top here, these are the revenue sources that go into what I kind of refer to as the big bucket of money in the sky. That is the OHV restricted account. That's not our account. We don't have any discretion on how to spend this money. $8.2 million in OHV registrations, $388,000 in snowmobile registrations, a nickel on snowmobile license plate sales and renewals. OHV safety training, there's $462,000 comes in from that. $2 million about from the fuel tax. Non-resident permits, we get about $1 million there. And then fines. I always thought we didn't get anything from our fines that we write. Apparently we do. It's not something we think about or talk about much, but it's there. It's not a whole lot of money. Doesn't really drive our efforts as far as writing tickets. Small potatoes. So anyway, that's this year. About 12 million has come into that big bucket of money in the sky. And when the legislature makes appropriations, that's when they open the faucet or install a pipe or whatever metaphor you want to use. down in these categories that we have here. So for law enforcement, for OHV equipment, shop operations, winter grooming, education safety, the overgrant, and the trail crew, totals about $11 million. And of that, we, and for example, here's a little section out of the voting packet from the general session in 2023, where we first got our education specialist, Deirdre, in place. You can see it was a 50-50 split. Half of it came from the voting program, half of it came from the OHV program to do her wages and her computer and all the other expenses. So when you see $100,000, just know she's not getting paid $100,000. That's the total cost for her job, including, all of the different things, some of the travel requirements and fuel for a vehicle and computer and office space and all that stuff. You can see the $400,000. So these are all ongoing appropriations. There's a column on the far right there that says ongoing. $400,000 from the OHB account for the trail crew, and $900,000 from the outdoor adventure infrastructure restricted account for the trail crew to bring it to that 1.3 million. So that's just an example of how these appropriations get made. And there's specific language on how we can use these funds. And at the end of the year, usually we do not spend all of them, and we do lapse some of it back, between 1 and 2 million on a given year on average. This year, I think we're probably going to lapse somewhere over $1 million back into the account. So, when Scott and I were talking, and he brought up, OHV equipment, education and safety, and those are big chunks of money. What are we spending that money on? More specifically. So, obviously some side-by-sides for the Rangers to be able to operate motorcycles and things like that. One of the things that we have been talking about, we talked about yesterday, in fact, in a meeting, was our trail crew and some of the tools and supplies and equipment that they need. We have a little discretion on how to dip into the account and not let some of it lapse, but outfit them with the tools and supplies that they need to do the job. So that's kind of a general overview of the account. Any questions or clarification on that? Going forward into the future, a couple of things that we want to do, and we talked about strategy-wise, what we want to pursue, how we want to dip into the account and increase the capacity of the trail crews for motorized stuff. We want to create a mechanized crew that would be strictly focused on heavy equipment use, trail cats, and have that in a way you can maybe fill in a couple of details as far as what we talked about.
Sure. When I met with Jason, probably our first couple of days, I told him I had a goal that I would like to see a mechanized trail crew. And what I mean by mechanized, it's kind of a misleading term, but I want a trail crew out there with a trail cat and a Mini X, and that's all they're doing is moving dirt. And I think just throwing things at the wall, an ideal location would be Richfield. You got the San Rafael, you got Moab, you got, you can be down in Washington County, you got the Arapine, you've got the Paiute. I really think we could really get some dirt on the ground moving with a trail crew with mechanical equipment. Because what I found is these bigger trails require bigger machinery to maintain. So that was my goal, and I'm glad Jason we've had some discussions about it, and I'd like to see something like this happen. I think the OHV community would really get their money out of that crew. I really do.
Yeah, I agree. Mike Thomas is on board with that as well. Together to try and make a pitch for that, either through a budget request or potentially some of our budgeting, some of the wiggle room that we have. Maybe we're not going to lapse back $1 million. Maybe we put $300,000 or $400,000 of that into this trail crew expansion. So the trail crew, again, $900,000, most of their funding comes from the outdoor recreation infrastructure, outdoor venture infrastructure account. And then $400,000 of it comes from the OHP restricted account. All four of these crews, Salt Lake, Richfield, Moab, Cedars, all four of them do both motorized and non-motorized work. Wade's been really working hard with the Salt Lake crew up here to expand their horizons and give them more ideas of where they can put in some time on motorized stuff. They just haven't known where to go.
Do they code their time to, depending on what type of trail they're working on? And are we able to track that?
Yes, that's a good question, Jason. They do.
Can I jump in on that? Yeah, so how that works, and I didn't realize this either, how that works is that 400,000 is set aside, and when work is done, it's coded. When work is done on motorized trails, it's coded to that account. So there's a good check and balance on that. And I've had a push that, I don't know, as a council, you've seen, I sent out an email last night. I don't care about miles, I care about hours. And that's what I wanted you guys to see last night in the email, that there was 300 hours that was going to that account. And it's easy for us to picture these hours and know that those hours represent $1. It's hard to compute a mile representing $1, but it's easy to compute an hour representing what dollar that is. So that's kind of the language you'll hear from me a little bit, is what are our hours going towards that $400,000? I think it holds a lot of accountability for all of us.
It's a good metric. Any other, before I was going to dive into a few of the details or concerns, questions, first of all, based on the report from public comment last meeting. Again, I gave these reminders last time, but there are right now 227,000 plus registered OHVs in the state. There are 67,000 registered boats, rather. So that's a total of 294,000 units. So 77% of our units is OHV and 23% is boat. Because those are the two areas that we focus on, especially when it comes to the shop and the rangers. Those are the two areas that tap into the OHV restricted account. And then there's our fleet as well. It's 160 OHVs and 68 boats. So there is definitely just, when we talk about how much money we're going to use to pay for different things, including law enforcement, 77% of it should, at least if we're using these averages, should come from OHV. More detail there. Just on the grant, I presented this last time, and I think it's important that we highlight this based on Rachel's work. She has done a lot of outreach and a lot of effort to make this happen right here. 2020, there was $1.1 million worth, and now we've given out, for the last couple of years, about $6 million per year. So we've spent down the surplus that we had in the grant bucket, and every year that ongoing appropriation of about 3.7 million. So another thing we want to do is request more money for the grant. 3.7 looks like it's not enough. If we're getting requests and awarding grants upward of $6 million, then we ought to have enough money to award those grants. So that's kind of the next step that we're looking at as well for strategy on OHV. Activities, law enforcement. That was a big topic that was brought up. I just want to make sure, first of all, on the wages side of things, starting rangers are like $26 an hour. Sergeant's about 34 to 37, somewhere in there. So they're not making $200,000 a year. There's a lot of other costs that get factored into that. Their benefits, their equipment and everything. It's expensive to employ a law enforcement officer. But there's only three things that they get, that are rangers anyway, that we can charge to. And in going back in history, a little bit of a history lesson, starting in 1971, where the OHV program was first created in statute. The language was the same then as it is now, gave the division the authority to spend money for the enforcement and administration of this chapter. So that is what we do, why we have law enforcement support. But prior to 2021, there was three sources: state park revenue from gate fees, OHV restricted funds, and voting funds. And they split everything 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. That's how state parks did it. And then when DOR was formed in 2022, the statutory responsibility was moved to our division, as well as those two accounts. So things kind of got split, where we didn't have obviously any capacity in the division to do boating patrols or OHV patrols. So we contracted before my time, my predecessor, Pick Rui, wrote a contract with us and state parks to pay them $2.1 million per year, and that they would do boating and OHV patrols. So then, in the years that followed, we employed about 15 total rangers. We started out about 8. When I came on, there was about 8 of us. The legislature appropriated some additional funding in 2023 for 6 more of them. So then we got another one. So we were at about 15 right before the Division of Law Enforcement was formed. And so all those rangers are now working in the Division of Law Enforcement. But there's only 2 sources they can be funded through, and that their activities during boating patrols and their activities during OHV patrols. It's not a like half and half thing. It has to be the hours that they spend doing these things. And so in 2023, the agreement with state parks was renegotiated. I didn't feel comfortable just giving them $2.1 million and have them just do OHV and boating patrols generally. Felt like it should be accounted for. Every hour that it is paid for should be either in OHV or in boating, and instead of just splitting everything evenly. Now, some things like the major expenses, when it's time for everybody to get new magazines for their guns or new equipment, those were a 50-50 split. So at that time, we had state parks of we were paying them about $1.5 million per year to do both boating and OHV patrols. And then here in outdoor recreation, we had a budget of about $1.9 million. So that's kind of the history there of law enforcement in the division. Now, in the beginning of this year, so in 2024, the legislature created the Division of Law Enforcement and was formed up and finalized January 1 of this year. Todd Royce here is the director of that division. All 4 of the divisions in DNR, including us, we submitted a request to have the majority of law enforcement costs come from the state general fund. I believe I can't remember for sure. Todd and I were talking about this morning. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 to $9 million, somewhere in there, of general fund that we were requesting. And that request was not met. We were told that general funds were needed elsewhere, and we were going to have to cover it through restricted account. And then in 2025 general session, we did the same thing. Right? We requested more general fund to pay for our Division of Law Enforcement costs, and again, we're instructed to use restricted funds. So that's kind of the history. I remember the document was presented last meeting where there was the zeros in there of general fund. Those zeros didn't come from us. We had millions that we asked for to help sustain and pay for the Division of Law Enforcement. I feel like that's an appropriate use for general funds. Not that the restricted accounts can't come into play, but overall, those rangers only do 3 things, period. They're working in the state park and doing law enforcement in the state park. And if they are, state park revenue is going to pay for that. They're going to be on the trails doing patrols, public safety stuff, and that includes a lot of search and rescue and a lot of helping people and educating people, as well as providing penalties when people are out of line. And then the same thing on the water. So that's it. That's the only 3 activities that rangers can be paid for, basically. And it all comes out of those accounts. Any questions on that? Any concerns about that? I mean, I'm concerned that we're having to pay for all our restricted account, but it's out of our hands.
I do have a question. If there's like local, public partners that require law enforcement, do they help contribute to those wages as well? Like if they're paying for state parks to help patrol BLM or forest lands or anything like that, is that something that they contribute to, or is that something that comes out of the restricted accounts as well?
No, there's no funding that comes from the federal government on this. This is all state funding. And like I said last meeting, I think it would be great if the BLM and the Forest Service had more capacity for their law enforcement officers to be augmented so that they could do their share on federal lands. But at the end of the day, 70% of Utah's lands are public lands, or are federal lands. So who else is going to patrol those lands and serve the people of the state of Utah? We're not really serving the government. We're serving the people by having these folks out on the ground.
And Mr. Chair, I can add a little bit to that. I know the Forest Service has Forest Service shifts to go to local law enforcement, meaning the county. And they work together with the county. And what we've done is we've gone in and talked with the county sheriffs. We've met with most of them on taking law enforcement that is DLE, natural resources law enforcement, and working with those sheriffs that have Forest Service contracts to be more efficient in the backcountry on education and enforcement back there. So we are working collaboratively with our federal partners, well, through our local partners, through federal funding to do that.
Okay, thank you. Brody, you had a question?
I've asked this before, but why, when just recently the governor signed this little, like, hey, let's try to be more efficient stuff, do we have the Department of Public Safety, the Highway Patrol, you know, that, and then this law enforcement agency? Why are not these officers, these rangers, under the Department of Public Safety and let them figure out their own funding?
Oh, I love these questions. I can answer that. There is some natural resource law enforcement that is attached to their Department of Public Safety, Washington being one of them, Alaska being another. And what we've done is we've looked at that stuff, both on the wildlife side and the OHV recreation side, stuff to that effect. What happens, and I'll give you an example, 2020 happened, and there was a bleed off of law enforcement. You guys all know that. There was an exodus from law enforcement. What happens is, and it just naturally goes to this direction, is wildlife and recreation becomes a secondary function of that law enforcement agency, and there's less of an emphasis put on recreation and wildlife as they're trying to put law enforcement on the interstates and other stuff to that effect. So we've thought about that and worked through that a little bit. I'm in close contact with Jess Anderson, the Commissioner of Public Safety. I used to work there for 23 plus years. So when you look at that and you look at that as a whole, we're always looking at models and how to best model law enforcement and best law enforcement practices. We've decided here in the state of Utah, at least at my level, I don't know what's happening above my level, but at least at my level, we've determined that it's best practices to run that natural resource law enforcement separate from other law enforcement agencies. But that is a great question, Brody.
And honestly, Brody, the best answer to it, the legislature has decided.
Well, and the legislature, you know, like when you said that the bleed off and then the focusing more on highways with highway patrol, that's easily fixed by the legislature saying, no, you're going to have to do a percentage. They could fix that. But then you've got 2 division directors and having to pay them and 2 separate agencies of law enforcement instead of having it combined. It just seems like it'd be a cost saver all the way around and more efficient, at least for the taxpayer, to do that than have multiple law enforcement agencies at the state level in Utah.
Correct. And I agree with what you're saying, Brody, because we just did that with the DNR. I mean, we basically had 4 entities that are working separately.
Yep.
We made it into one entity. So your theories and your thought process is a correct thought process. One thing that also has to be considered is, especially wages with troopers, it would be more expensive. It's expensive now, but it would actually be more expensive. And when we've dealt with the legislature, we got a couple $1 million for raises for law enforcement this last year. And a lot of that was legislators focusing on restricted funding and not general funding.
We asked for general.
We asked for general. We're trying to change that. 500,000 of it come from general funding. We're trying to change that because we see that natural resource law enforcement could, one, function better,
and two, probably be a little bit more efficient if it was all general fund funding. And that's what we work for.
Well, not just add in from the federal side, I think this being new in 2024, like you said, I do know we have local law enforcement agreements with counties. Sounds like this is a new resource that's available and out there. And so maybe new discussions need to be had on how that looks, right, on federal lands, because this is different than how this was looking before, and a bigger program than it was before. So maybe it could bring more to the table through partnership agreements. So I think that's a curiosity.
And there were a lot of efficiencies achieved by combining those four. There's no longer four chiefs, there's no longer four secretaries, there's no longer four evidence technicians. All that's been combined and consolidated for efficiency too, just FYI. Anyway, okay, pizza's definitely.
Hey, wait a minute, one sec, please. Sorry to hold you. Jason, I would like to get the council's blessing to move forward and present some more ideas on this mechanized trail crew that has, potential of being funded out of the restricted account. But I'm not going to move forward on it unless I have the council's blessing. If you give me the blessing on it, we'll put some numbers together. I'll work with Mike and I'll present some things back to the council. But I want your blessing on it before I do it.
And I'm not ready to conclude.
Cold
Sorry.
pizza's good.
I don't mean to get in the way of you and your pizza, but yeah, as far as one council member, yeah, I think I'm for it, and others, if you want to speak up to that. It sounds like you're just getting an idea on what it would take, and I don't see any harm in that, and we'd love to hear that proposal. So
let's do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, fully support it. I think it's the best way to do trail maintenance on motorized trails altogether.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
I would agree, Wade.
We're probably going to take maybe like a 10-minute break. And because I know that Jason Curry still has a little bit more to present on. So if everyone's comfortable with the 10-minute break, and then we'll resume.
okay, sounds good.
Okay.
We'll see everybody in 10 minutes.
Jason, one question. Is your brother Jeff?
Oh, yes.
I can see it in you. I love that guy.
Yes.
Sometimes I have to hesitate before I answer that one.
I was sitting here the whole time thinking, oh yeah, they're brothers. They got it.
Have a common last name, right?
I'm the
Yeah,
better
that is a-
looking one though, so.
Agree with that. Even on a fuzzy internet connection, you are better looking.
We'll reconvene at 12:30.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Ready?
Keep
I
eating.
haven't ate a whole piece of, give me 30 seconds.
Now we're gonna be on video that like we're
What?
Can we turn the owls off so we're not like, like it picks up on every time you take a bite, you know, like it goes around the room like, well, he just took a bite.
Just
He
use
just
your,
took a
just
bite.
use your plate. Just
Thank
kinda-
you. They can still hear us, but I always hate when they do videos during lunch because you're like, it's like your mom, you know, that takes the
Yeah.
pictures as soon as you're like eating something and she's like, it's a great picture of you. You're like, no, it's not.
We don't need the cameras on for this.
It's terrible.
It's more slides.
There we go.
So
Got it. Mhm.
I know that one other thing, to my food, talk with my mouth full, my mom would stop.
At least you can't see it.
True, but you can tell. A lot of questions about the shop. This is one of the first things that I evaluated when I first got into this position was that shop out there, which afterwards, any of you who want to go out and take a look at that shop and see firsthand what it looks like, what they're dealing with, how resourceful they've been, and how this shop staff keeps up with all of those hundreds of units that we service and maintain. So all they do out there is outdoor recreation, OHVs, snowmobiles, snow caps, and boats. They do deal sometimes, on rare occasion, with other people's work, but only if all of our work is caught up. And we don't do it for free. The OHV program is not paying for, the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining's snowmobile. We charge them for the work that we do. But when this building was built, it was built for a fleet of about a fourth of the size of what we have now. And there was no such thing as fuel injected engines or electronic fuel controllers or any of that stuff. Technology has advanced to the point where you need more space, you need more room, our fleet is expanded. So that's the reasoning. It was built in, I think, really honestly, I think we were saying 1976, but it was 1972. The records that we found on the blueprints. This is the pictures that we have that we presented to the legislature on 3 different occasions. The one I want to really make you aware of is this one. Now, this one shows a lot of boats and snowmobiles, but this is where we're storing the state's equipment. It's out in the elements. Direct sunlight, snow, freeze, thaw. This equipment does not last as long, obviously. We've gone through a number of different iterations with this, including the latest with the FCM, their negotiation with their people that work with them. We tried, Joel Ferry really spent a lot of political capital to try and exempt us from going through DFCM. Wanted us to be able to handle this on our own, just like the Weaver County Sheriff's Office handled their building, which I went and toured. Amazing building, it's 33,000 square feet, very no frills, very basic, it's all we need. In 2020, this building cost $2 million, and that includes all the interior fixtures, all of the prep work and all the paving and everything. It's got a bunch of rolling doors, tons of space inside to do. They just use it for storage, but we would use it for our shop. We'd have to add some cranes and different things in there to reflect to meet the needs, but plenty of room. So if we had this facility today, if it cost us even $5 million. We put the cranes in there for another couple million. The site that we're looking at probably is going to take another $1 or $2 million in utility development. The entire project really, I hope, doesn't cost more than about 10 or 12. If it does, we're not going to do it, and that's the bottom line. Any questions on the shop? Concerns? That. One other item I wanted to make sure I hit on is this winter grooming stuff. There's words like millions, they're spending millions, and there's only $388,000 coming into the OHV restricted account, which is true. We have budgeted $200,000 per year for winter grooming. That's it. That's what we had budgeted for. And the remainder of that is spent on equipment. Every 10 years or so, we got to replace a grooming snow cap. In 2022 and 2023, those were huge snow years. So grooming needs were higher and the costs were more like 350,000. This last year, we're down at about 183,000 so far. It might go a little bit more than that, but the bottom line is we do not intend on, nor have we ever spent a disproportionate amount of the OHV restricted account on winter grooming. We try to stay within what they're contributing. If they're contributing $388,000 a year, then we should be using about that for their needs. If that's not cutting it, then maybe snowmobile registrations have to go up. There's other ways to do this, but that's where we're at. Any questions on that? Okay, that's it.
Thanks, Jason. Any other questions or comments from the committee regarding the grammar request and the state's use of the restricted account?
I do have one question. I believe that, money should be, funds should be coming out of the registrations for law enforcement. What percentage, I'm not sure is the best. But my question is, why do we even see that funding? Why don't they take, let's say, 5% out of the registration or 10% out of the registration fund, and that just goes directly into account for law enforcement, and it's pulled from a pool? Why do we even put it in this restricted account?
So that we can hold them accountable for where they're spending the money. That's the way we used to have it with state parks. We just gave them $2 million a year, and then they just did their patrols. Well, we started finding out that were not OHP patrols happening to the extent that we needed. So we have to have some level of accountability and ensure that the money is being used for the proper purposes. We're responsible for that as a division.
This is Brody. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Brody.
If there's supposed to be some accountability, but this is being directed by the state legislature, where's the accountability coming from? It's not like we can go to the state legislature and say, shame on you, you can't do that. Where's the accountability?
I'm talking about accountability between us and the Division of Law Enforcement. So let's say, the way it works is when they charge us, let's say that they have a shift, OHV patrol, we get a bill for that. We have to verify their time and everything that actually took place. So we're not just giving people a bucket of money and saying, here, go do OHV patrols with it. We want to know, and then we want it accounted for hour by hour. Does that make sense? For the legislature, all we can do is advocate for things that the governor's budget recommendations allow for. And that's it. We're not allowed to lobby the legislature for funding items that are not in. Ms. Toker.
Is it something that we could, it's a reimbursement that we provide them instead of upfront funding? It is.
We don't give them upfront funding. That's the point.
Great.
We only give them money once they've proven they've used it for the purposes that it was intended for.
Okay.
It just seems complicated. It seems more complicated than it needs to be. I think it needs to be simplified, and how they do that, I think that's another discussion. But I just, if you have to do this and do this and do this and, file a report on that, it just complicates the issue where maybe law enforcement should be more broad covered than area, as opposed to, well, if you go here, you're going to have to charge us $5. If you go here, you're going to charge us $2.50.
Yeah.
Over here, you don't get charged at all. And that just complicates things.
It does. You're right, Scott. That's why we wanted general funds to pay for the Division of Law Enforcement. Because it would.
And I guess that's what I'm going back and saying, okay, the registration, you say, okay, well, 5% of the registration goes into the general fund to pay for law enforcement, along with it coming from other different directions, as opposed to putting it into a restricted account and then say, well, we got to go in and dig in this restricted account. It's almost like you're paying these people with grant money that maybe someday it won't be there. So
no, it's ongoing appropriation. So there's no
Okay.
grant money involved in any of this. The 3.7 million that is allocated and appropriated for the grant only goes to grants that are approved by this body. We can't spend that money any other way.
I would just as soon have the grant money say, okay, this is our grant money, this is what you get to use, as opposed to say, well, this is the grant money, but we're going to take this out of it, and we're going to take this out of it, and oh, by the way, we took $1 million out and put it over here, for this project, or we bought a lake down in southern Utah. I realize I just want to make it simple. I just want to make this simple and, I'm.
So Scott, are you looking at the whole OHV restricted fund as the grant? Is that where I maybe am getting confused? Because I think what he's saying is within the whole OHV restricted fund, there's different groupings of funding.
I see that, but what I'm just saying is, let's say, you know, you have this law enforcement and that pool that comes out, it's always, a certain amount of money has always been coming out. Why do we put it in this OHV account? Why doesn't it just go in a general fund to cover law enforcement, and the law enforcement would just cover the whole area, as opposed to saying, well, if we go here, we're gonna have to charge you money, we're gonna have to fill out paperwork. I'm just saying, let's make it easier. Let's don't make it complicated.
You're more than welcome to talk to your legislator and make that suggestion.
Well, yeah, that's over my pay grade, I guess.
No, it's not. They're very accessible.
Okay.
You know. You live in Price?
So I can't go lobby though. I have to do it as an individual then, I suppose. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I got my 2 cents out.
Yeah, that is the problem with government. That's the biggest thing I hate about government, is that things have to be complicated for a variety of reasons, and we try to make it as simple as we can. And I hope you trust me, Scott, when you hear me say that's my opinion.
Well, how do we come up with a balance of how much money we take out of this fund to give law enforcement? How do we come up with that balance? Who's the person that pushes the buttons?
The legislature does that. The legislature appropriates those funds and on an ongoing basis. So they push the button and say, okay, from this point forward, started in 2023, this much is allowed to be spent on these things.
So that law enforcement, that's totally out of our control as a.
Correct. Yep.
Brett's got a question.
So first off, I want to thank you for going forward with you presenting this to the council now, that should have known all the years.
Yes.
Past.
Yes.
This is making history here. It's never been done, I guess we'll say.
Well, I'm not comfortable with that, but yes, you're right.
Okay. And then before you go to the legislature with what you think the money should be used for, run it past them.
I believe I just did that.
I know, but I'm saying, I'm kind of thanking you for doing it going forward, but it has not been done in the past. And then one other thing is I just went off of a grammar report that I presented last time, so we'll fine tune that with time.
So Jason, just a question for you. The last 2 years you've asked for general funds. Is there going to be an ask again this year for
I
general
believe
funds?
so. I don't know. We haven't had those conversations at DNR yet, but
Based on the
those are happening probably this week. Yeah, with our building block process, middle of July is when we'll have to start submitting those. So the paperwork will come out. We fill those out and make a request. There's a specific form we have to fill out for those building block requests. So yeah, more grant money, more money for the trail crews, and potentially with you guys' support, some money for this project that was just presented on, or other projects. There's not a ton of money in there. We do have the shop building that we've allocated most of the extra money towards for the next couple of years, but beyond that, there's plenty of opportunity and an accumulation of the fund, provided registrations stay stable. They're down a little bit between 24 and 25, but not a ton. We'll see what happens with the economy and everything overall.
I appreciate you taking the time to bring clarity and to show the whole program picture. So
I've been on,
taking the time for that.
I've been on, I mean, like I said, tons of councils and committees that we are responsible for in the DOR. In past lives, I've been involved with advisory councils that were not engaged and frankly just weren't interested in knowing the details of what the division was doing. And in fact, that advisory council, despite our best efforts, dissolved because of lack of interest and lack of participation. I don't see that happening with this group. I'm very grateful that you guys are tuned in. I'm thankful that you're spending this time. It's valuable time. You guys are making a sacrifice to do this work, and we really value your input, your guidance, and your advice. So thank you.
Thanks, Jason. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to our next item number 9, discussion on tabled OHV recreation grants. We had the UPLA grant and the Tread Lightly grant that we had tabled. There was questions and concerns about money being spent for administration. So Rachel, do you have anything that you wanted to bring up with that?
So I believe that Lauren Campbell should be on this call right now. And he wanted to present, I provided it in our packet, kind of just some information. So he has, Lauren, you have 10 minutes to present. So if you just want to present on what you have provided.
Yeah, I'll try and make it shorter than 10 minutes so you can ask some questions. But I'd just kind of like to give a background on UPLA. UPLA started as a 4x4 group, and we were that for about 8 years. And then a couple of years when I agreed to take on as president, I recognized what was happening in the state with the loss of all the trails and routes and saw that it was accelerating. And I said, the first thing we got to change is we got to get away from just being a 4x4 group. All the organizations, the OHV organizations in Utah tended to be siloed. The side-by-side people didn't like the 4x4 people. The dirt bike people didn't like anybody. The mountain bikers, they were feeling that we were all trying to take over all their terrain. Everybody that was using OHV, the dispersed campers, didn't have any idea what was going on. And we recognized that we needed to reunite all these groups together, bring them all together, because we had a whole lot more in common than we had differences. So that's really what we started focusing on. We started focusing on the UTV ATV group in Sand Hollow. And then the second thing we realized is that we were only representing a small portion of Utah, and we reached out to be the entire state. We recognized early on the power of having a unified group. When the Sand Mountain Land Exchange was presented 2 years ago, we recognized that as a dear threat to our local OHV stomping grounds, and we brought together 800 people to a public scoping meeting at a St. George library on a rainy night, and it blew the BLM and the Water Conservancy and the county leaders, it blew their minds to have 800 people show up to a meeting. And that set the ground for us to be able to actually make a difference. And that's what we see our role is trying to harness the 250 to 350,000 OHV users in Utah together and get them to work with one united voice in land use decisions to try and make a difference. And I've been serving for 2 years as the president of the organization. President normally is an advisory, we oversee the organization, but I can't do what needs to be done. We need to reach out. We need to get somebody out in the field, meeting with clubs, meeting with land managers, and trying to unite them and trying to educate them on how to make substantive comments. We consistently have performed very poorly in all the land actions. UPLA, PLIPCO, we do a great job. BRC, we do a great job at presenting the legal defenses, but we don't do a very good job of specifically mentioning individual trail reports, and we're getting blown away. SUA has been eating our lunch, and there's a reason. One of the reasons is they got 30 employees. They've got $25 million in the bank. They spend $5 million a year doing what they do on the attorneys that they have. We don't have that. We can't speak with a united voice. They've done a really great job at turning a lot of the outdoor recreation users against us. A lot of these users are starting to see the impacts of some of these decisions. The equestrians are losing access to their staging areas now. Rock climbers are getting things turned off in the land management decision. So we felt it was important that we reach out to collaborate with these other groups. We don't represent them, but we have to collaborate with them. We have to talk to them and try and come up with workable solutions going forward. We've done thousands of pages of trail land management actions. We've been involved in 9 different land management actions over the last 2 years. And we're involved every step of the process from scoping all the way through to final decision appeals. We need somebody that can get out and develop relationships with land managers and with clubs and bring those individual clubs together with those land managers to make a decision, make a difference. So that's why we're looking for a full-time executive director. We need somebody that will spend the time on the road and get out and make all these contacts. As a volunteer, that's not going to happen. You know, I think I've probably been the most dedicated people. I'm spending 30 to 40 hours a week on this for the last 2 years. I can't do any more. And I truly, as much as I value what I've gotten out of OHV, I'm not willing to do much more than that. We need somebody that can do it full time. And that's the reason that we're applying for a grant for OHV. We had a board meeting a couple weeks ago, and we did feel that it was appropriate for us to increase our match from 25% to 30%. So we kicked in another $20,000 in cash into the proposal, which directly reduces the grant request. But that's kind of my pitch on it, and I'd love to hear your questions or your comments.
Thanks, Lauren. We appreciate the effort that you guys have put into making comments on travel management and to get people involved in this process. We've got members of our council here that feel very strongly that this is an important thing, and a lot of us agree that it's very important to make these comments and to have a voice to protect what little we have, because we keep losing more and more every year, it seems like. So yeah, I think there was some question about the legality of funding this, more or less on the risk of funding it. There was question about what qualifies as overhead expense versus what we're seeing on the ground. Shane, are you still on the meeting? Can you shed some light on that and let us hear what your take is on that?
Sure. So I think I might have discussed this somewhat at our last meeting, but when we started looking into what comprises overhead expenses, you're correct that the rule right now and none of the statutes that I looked at in Utah at least defined what overhead expenses might be in this context. But generally, when we look at both dictionary definitions of overhead expenses and then general definition related to overhead expenses, what we find is that an overhead expense usually has to do with administrative costs. So these are things like the power bill, paying an accountant to come in and do your books. And in the context of costs that we pay towards administrators, those are generally considered overhead expenses. So, an administrator has a lot of different roles and they wear a lot of different hats. One day they might be directing the work of particular people in the field, while the next day they're doing something that is essential to keeping the organization running, but might not be necessarily advancing specific work. And that's kind of where the line gets drawn between overhead expenses for purely administrative costs and other types of expenses that might be wages, but that advance specific aspects of work. So for example, it wouldn't be accurate to say that somebody that's out building a trail, their wages are overhead expenses. Those folks are actually advancing work. But if it's a CEO and they're doing something like coordinating with the accountant or legal counsel or paying a power bill, certainly something that's necessary to make sure these folks can go out and work in the field, but something that's completely unrelated or at least not advancing specific work, that's an overhead expense, at least as far as dictionaries and other sources have defined those expenses.
Okay, Rachel, do you mind going over the request amounts from this grant and pulling up the budget for it?
Yeah. So I would just like to, so this is our first time ever having tabled grants, so I don't really know what we're supposed to do, but that's why we're discussing them right now. So I will say after our review last time, we do have a little bit over $280,000. UPLA has requested $182,000, and then the one that we'll talk about a little bit later on after this, I find it, was for 309,220. So the budget for UPLA is executive director wages. They're requesting a little bit over $150,000 with 5,400 in cash match and supervision, and then travel. They were also requesting a little bit over 26,000. And right now,
And
their
this
match
is,
is set.
sorry, just to point out, that's for a 2-year term.
Yes, 28 months, which is how long our contracts are.
Now, Rachel, could they change the amount that they're actually applying for matching monies after this grant? I don't think they can change that, can they?
Like how much they're putting towards their match.
Yes, I guess they could, but actually, I think we need to go stick with the grant there. I mean, if we approve this, I'm not sure that, I guess they can put more money in if they want to, but do they need to from what they put on this grant?
Well, and jump in if I'm misrepresenting, but we never denied the grant. We just tabled the grant.
Yeah.
We didn't say we were not going to fund it. We just tabled it. So that's something we need to talk about.
And whether or not we are recommending funding it or recommending denying it.
Well, I'd be careful denying it unless there's an eligibility problem. Yep, but that brings problems, future problems that we don't want to deal with.
Yeah, denying's not good.
Just not funding it.
Not funding.
And moving on and leaving it. I mean, it is kind of tabling it, but then you have to, when you table something, then it's always hanging up, like you got to go back and address it again. You can just leave it unfunded.
So we either fund it or unfund it, leave it unfunded.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Could I ask a
please.
question? Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it possible that the administrative costs are restricted from access protection grants, but are they restricted from like education grants? If we had applied for this as an education grant, would that have changed the discussion?
I don't know.
I don't.
Do you want me to take that, Rachel, or did you want to address it?
Yeah, if you want to take it.
So I think it would depend in part on what you were asking for in the education grant. But as far as the prohibition on overhead expenses, that is part of the administrative rule. So currently it's drafted into the rule. That rule was promulgated pursuant to our rulemaking authority, went through public comment, went into the bulletin, and now it's published, which means that it's essentially the law. It's not a statute, but it's the law. So I guess if the question is it in the statute? No, but is it essentially law because it's part of the administrative rule? The answer is yes, and so the division is bound to follow it. Now, as far as other types of grants, there isn't that overhead expense prohibition to my knowledge for education grants, but you'd have to look at the grant itself to determine whether all of the costs associated with the grant are going towards education. So you're still limited in the fact that all of the expenditures we make for OHV grants need to go towards advancing the OHV purposes and OHV interests. And if they aren't going towards that purpose, then it's probably not consistent with the requirements of the statute. Does that make sense, or can I clarify anything else on that?
I think it does, but the the exemption for the overhead expenses is strictly contained in the access protection category, correct?
To my knowledge, yes, in the access protection grant category. And one of the concerns we had when we were drafting that rule is that funds could be used for certain types of overhead expenses that weren't associated with OHV interests. So for example, different types of expenses that are required for organizations, but that don't advance OHV interests. That seemed to be a particular concern with this particular grant category that might not be applicable in other grant categories like trail work. So I believe that's why the division drafted that into this particular category of the rule.
Okay. Well, this person would kind of be like a one-armed paper hanger. Their role would be to do pretty much everything from soup to nuts.
That's just specific text.
It's hard to break out, and I think I'm looking for some guidance. If this is not legal the way it is, and we need to be able to restructure the grant for the next cycle, I'd like to have some guidance on maybe how to restructure it.
I'm confused. Didn't Shane say it was okay to fund? Or did I miss that something?
It's more so the overhead portion of it. So, and
budget again.
yeah, so I think it comes down to the budgetary items and are we able to adjust them?
Yeah, so the concern here is that under the statute 412219, the OHV restricted account monies need to be used to advance OHV related purposes. So there are differing grant categories and there are various OHV related purposes. Trail work is a lot different than search and rescue, is a lot different than education. But ultimately, all of those advance purposes or interests that are of interest to the OHV community and that are advancing OHV related causes across the state. So the concern we have when it comes to grants where we're paying, for example, a CEO as opposed to somebody that's just doing trail work is that some of that work might not actually be related to OHVs at all. And then we get into a situation where somebody that's looking at this might say, okay, well, we're using OHV dollars to fund this position, but is this person's position actually focused solely on OHV? I talked to Rachel a little bit about this, and I'm going to leave this to the discretion of the council and the division because ultimately that's their responsibility to have that expertise there. But I think there is a way to work towards ensuring that this type of grant is focused on OHV such that it can be funded. But I guess my guidance would be that what we can't do is fund a position that isn't entirely focused on OHV, because that is a requirement of the code, not just the rule.
Shane, isn't that true with every one of the grants we do? Because you don't know the efficiency level they're creating. They might do a poor job in the grant money we give them, or they might do a really good job with it. And you're saying the same thing about that. You're not sure whether they're going to do a good job or a bad job with this money we're giving them. But that's true about all the grants we put out. We don't know that kind of.
That's right, and I don't think it's a matter of are they doing a good job or a bad job. We might give a grant to a trail work organization that solely focuses that money on trail work. And at the end of that grant, we might look at their work and say, yeah, we don't think you did that great of a job here. And we might be hesitant to give a grant to that organization again. Whereas another trail work group, we might give them a grant and they focus it solely on trail work. And at the end of that, they've done a fantastic job. And if they applied for another grant, that would be taken into consideration, just like we do with all of our other organizations. What I'm talking about here is whether or not monies are focused on OHV related purposes, on OHV things like trail work, advancing OHV related causes, or is the money instead being used for something that's entirely unrelated to OHVs, like going over a balance sheet with your accountant to make sure the organization stays running. Certainly that's something that CEOs do and it's necessary for the organization, but is it focused on OHV such that OHV restricted account dollars should be used? So that's kind of the differentiation I'm talking about here.
Shane, I mean, if that is the sole purpose of your organization to, for access protection, I mean, some of these tasks, they are necessary to keep the organization going. But if that organization's sole purpose and task is for OHV access protection, I mean, does that cover it? Does that say, okay, yeah, even though you're going over the books with the accountant, but it's for the purpose of keeping this organization moving towards access protection?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that's the ambiguity we're dealing with here. I mean, you know, we don't have a definition of overhead expenses under the rule or the code. What I'm going off of is how these overhead expenses have been defined both in the dictionary and in other sources, which are mostly in the realm of business accounting. So yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. If your entire organization is focused on OHV, are these other types of activities, you know, related to OHV? They probably are. But if you were to ask an accountant whether that's an administrative expense versus a work expense that's directly related to advancing OHV purposes such that it should be defined as overhead expenses, the accountant would probably tell you that's an administrative overhead expense, not an expense that's directly advancing OHV related purposes. I know there's a lot of ambiguity there. I wish I could give you a little bit more guidance on it, but that's what I was finding when I was reviewing some of these sources when we were trying to figure out exactly what overhead meant.
So Shane, are you saying that they need to be more specific of where they're spending this $161,000? And how would they even know in advance 2 years down the road what they're going to be fighting against? It's almost like saying, I don't know what I'm going to be doing next week, but I need money to, you know, to fight for this. I don't know how they would be able to put you build you a budget sheet showing you, say, well, in 6 months, I'm going to go be visiting with this club here to talk to them about something. It seems to me that you hit it on the head, that there's a lot of ifs in this.
Yeah, I understand that. And this is something I've actually discussed with Rachel. I mean, one thing we do in the OHV grant program is we fund projects. And generally, when we fund projects, we have a certain deliverable, right? I mean, when we have a trail work grant, we know what we're funding and we know what success looks like because they build out a trail. And if at the end of that, they build out the trail satisfactorily, we can measure that and say, okay, you've been successful here. It becomes a little bit harder when you're talking about these types of grants, but ultimately we're still funding projects. And so what I discussed with Rachel is, one, we need to make sure that those monies aren't going to overhead, because right now that's what the rule says. We can't put money towards overhead expenses. But two, we need to be able to measure success in some way. I know it's harder, but we still have to do it, because ultimately, if we're audited or the public inquires as to whether we've properly spent state dollars, we need to be able to say, this is what was proposed, this is how we spent those monies, and this is how we're measuring success. So in this case, do we have those? I'm going to leave that to the council to decide. But my guidance would be that if you don't think that's met, then I think we can work with the organization in order to craft a grant that will meet those requirements and can be successful.
I would also like to interject that we have a new grant cycle opening up, where we'll have even more funding. We'll have the additional 3.5 plus the $280,000 in about a week. So this was more so to hopefully kind of understand where they're coming from. And if they want to fund it right now, I mean, we have that money, but otherwise we will have, that money will roll over to our next grant cycle.
And so is this full time for someone for 28 months for this individual? Is this their full salary? Is that what this ask is?
I believe so.
Okay, because I think, I mean, looking on here, I'll just throw out, it does seem like this group represents all user groups. So if it's 100% of this person's funding for 28 months, I think it'd be hard to say that all of that is going to OHV just based off of this organization looks like it funds a lot of things, right? Or that it's advocating for a lot of things. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. We are OHV focused. We collaborate with other groups as necessary, but we are OHV from get go. That's really all we do. I'm not a mountain biker. I'm not a hiker. I'm not a rock climber, but it's important to interface and collaborate with those groups to come up with better decisions, because where we can do that, BLM or Forest Service, they're more inclined to look at our alternative much more seriously. So collaboration is important, representation is not. And I would encourage the council to look at the job description that we've developed for the position, because you'll see in the job description it is OHV focused. That is our mission, is to keep OHV trails open.
Go ahead, Brody.
In a 40-hour work week, how many hours a week would this executive director be actually focused on average OHV related like stuff? 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week? What are you envisioning? If you can back out and all the overhead and paying the bills and keeping the doors open and stuff like that, how many hours a week are they actually going to be doing OHV related work on average?
Out of 40 hours a week, I would expect them to be at least 40 hours a week on OHV.
Who's going to take care of the bills, the insurance? Who's going to take care of getting the oil changed on your travel car? Who's taking care of those things?
The board takes care of all those functions. We have an outside pro bono takes care of all of our accounting. It's independent. The treasurer on the board provides all that information.
So you don't have
back.
like staff meetings to discuss personnel. You don't have meetings to discuss the rent of your location. You won't be having that executive director will just 40 hours a week be doing OHV related and nothing else. They won't be, having lunch with the bike group to talk bikes. They won't, none of that stuff. They'll strictly OHV.
Correct. Except, as I mentioned, there will be collaboration with other groups. If there's a conflict between OHV and mountain biking groups, we need to talk to those people. And that's part of the collaboration. That's one thing that made us successful in the Sand Mountain Land Exchange, is because we collaborated with those other groups.
So are you also on this grant requesting money for like benefits, health insurance, things like that?
Our plan right now is that this will be a contract employee. We haven't developed that with our attorney. We wanted to see what requirements you have. It may be that this person has to be classified as an employee. I'm really not sure about Utah law, but their focus will be strictly on up OHV needs. So whether that can be satisfied as a contract employee or as an independent contractor or as an employee, I'm not sure yet.
So could this executive director provide a log sheet of what they do every day for the length of time of the contract? Okay, at the end of the week, I'm going to do a report that says for 20 hours I was meeting with clubs, and for 10 hours I was traveling, and for 10 hours I was fighting the government. Could the executive director provide that and swear to it that that's accurate and honest and to the letter and no other fluff in there anywhere?
Yes, we could certainly do that. The thing that I would caution you about is now you're talking about more administrative stuff.
To write down what you did in a day could be
somebody on the board has to review it.
Yeah. So if doing something like that shouldn't take a whole lot of time. and it's going to it would go towards proving that the money was spent wisely from the grant, but
yeah, we'd be willing to do that. We'd be willing to have him do that.
Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, I hope my microphone's working. It
Yeah,
wasn't
we can
this
hear you.
morning. I just got a question. When I hear executive director, I think head dude. You know, the guy that's going to be running the boss. And is what I'm hearing from Lauren, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that that this guy would be performing more of the lobbyist, actually the guy that you're saying, hey, go travel, and the executive. You know, I think in my mind is what I'm hearing is that maybe if you renamed it to a lobbyist and had him as the employee that's out lobbying and collaborating and everything, instead of the guy that's, when I think of executive director, I think of the guy that's doing the budget sheets, that's paying the bill, you know, and making all that, and not the guy that's actually out doing the work, the trail work. And I don't know, maybe I'm way off here, but that's kind of, maybe some clarification on the position versus, because the guy running the shovel is the one that's doing the work and not the boss. Does that make sense? That and in my mind, that might be a little bit of what would make this position fit in the rules a little better if he wasn't the executive director and doing all the paperwork and everything. And maybe I'm off base, but that's just a thought I had. So.
Well, we purposely stayed away from lobbying because that jeopardizes our 501c3 status. So we can't have him lobbying, and that's why we kept him out of lobbying, because then we have to account for his pay for lobbying efforts, and we did not want to do that. So we kept that completely siloed off from what he does. I think probably in a more appropriate description of what he does is he's doing outreach. He's doing outreach with land managers, with clubs, with events, to actually get our message out, teaching people how to make better comments, how to be more effective stewards of the land, how to interface with the land manager relationships that he's developed and try and integrate them on trail projects, whatever's done in the local environment. That's really what he's going to be doing. And that's really what the board would be continuing his employment with. If he doesn't do that, we don't want somebody sitting in an office and write comments. That's not going to move the needle. We need users comments and get them out. We need users to be more responsive to using our Trail Saver program to build a database of trail reports before we need them for a land action. That's the way we can make a difference. We need photos with trail reports. Photos tell the story of 1,000 words. But when you ran a trail 3 years ago and you're asked to write comments on it today, nobody remembers that stuff. Nobody remembers the pertinent details of what made that trail valuable. And that's really what the executive director position would do. Maybe the title wasn't the best one. That's what we came up with. But he's not going to be doing accounting. He's not going to be doing any legal work with attorneys. We don't have a facility to rent. We don't have any vehicles. He's going to be managing his schedule, and he'll be reporting back to the board. And I think what Brody mentioned about having an accounting, we could have it be done on a daily basis. It was important. We thought that monthly reports back to the board, a written report as well as a verbal report, was what we were envisioning. But if you wanted a daily report, we can do that. But somebody's going to have to look at it and approve it, and that would probably be me as president. So, that's another administrative task.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we probably don't need a 20-minute monologue. Let's please move on. There's some questions in the room here.
I would also like to state that someone else is waiting to present. We've gone over our allotted 10 minutes by a decent amount of time, but if we could answer the question in the room and then proceed on to the next. Was it you?
Hey, Lauren, I believe on your website, it shows or talks about representing non-motorized people there, some equestrian, and I'm not sure if you're interacting with them to, collaborate on different things, or if actually, like it says, I believe on your website, it does talk about representing equestrian and bicycle, mountain bike people. Can you elaborate on that really shortly?
Oh, you're muted, Lauren. And I can't unmute you. Lauren, you're still muted. Still muted.
Lauren, you're gonna need to unmute yourself. Just go ahead and unmute and then start.
Oh, you got it.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
We have collaborated with equestrian groups. Our desire is to develop a video that instructs OHV users what to do when they come across a equestrian group. And we haven't got very far on it, but that's the extent of the collaboration with the equestrian groups. Mountain biking, there's a lot of areas where both mountain biking and OHV are commingled, and it's collaboration. We can't represent both. And I believe all those references on the website have been corrected. It no longer says representing. I believe it says collaboration.
It says represent multi-sport interests.
Yeah.
Mountain bike, equestrian, rock climbing, canyoneering.
Okay, all right. I'll have to look at that and bring that up at the board. Is that on the mission, Brody?
It is, and that's fine, I think. But as long as you're able to clarify what this position is doing and the fact that it is strictly motorized, then it can work.
That's the goals
Okay.
of Utah Public Lands Alliance number 4.
Okay.
Represent multi-sports interest, yeah, all the way down to hikers, photographers, canyoneering, rock climbing, so on, so forth.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a comment from Eric.
Yeah, just real quick. I believe in these guys. I've interacted quite a bit with Lauren and his team, and they do good things. The thing that we need to do is make this work for him. And so how do we do that? How do we move forward from this conversation? And we've got a new grant cycle started. So Shane sounds like he's willing to put in some effort. I'm sure Rachel will put in some effort. And if someone else needs to get involved and help maybe steer this in the right direction, I think it would benefit the OHV community 100%.
I'm for granting it. Yeah, I'm okay with it because they have done a good job. I've checked with a lot of different people, but I have questions and I'm okay to pursue granting this.
Motion.
I would, can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
Chair.
Okay. Jason,
Oh, Eric's back up.
let's vote on this thing. Let's get it going.
Eric's got his hand back up.
Well, you can do that, but there's a motion on the table, and then if you have a discussion on the motion, then Eric wants to contribute to that, then you can do it that way.
So we have a motion to approve the grant as presented. Do we have a second to that motion?
No seconds.
Eric?
Okay, it sounds like there's not a second to the motion. So the motion fails unless, Eric, you were seconding it. Okay. So we had a motion fails. Eric, you had another comment about it?
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that we, just make the comment again that let's get this thing done correctly so it withstands the light of day, and we don't have to go back and make it feel like we're doing something illegal. Let's do this thing right. Let's make sure our precedent is within the goals, and everything Shane's telling us. And I would love this to be successful, not let's get in trouble for it and it gets taken away, because these guys need some help and it would be money well spent.
Okay, do we need a motion to have, Or do we just, what do we do from here?
We just let them resubmit.
That would be my recommendation is that, go back and craft it in a way that's gonna fit the criteria a little better. And then I think it should work. I mean, you do great work, Lauren, and UPLA is carrying almost all the water outside of government when it comes to access protection. So I hope that this committee can find a way to make this work. And I think that's the path.
I'm happy to do that. Who should I work with directly on it?
Rachel.
Probably me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
All right, great.
And
Yeah, and Rachel, feel free to pull me in. I'm happy to help you guys work towards something that we can advance on the next grant cycle.
yeah, that would be helpful. Maybe we can set up some meetings and the coming weeks.
Let me know on those two. I'd like to be part of them.
Yeah, we'll involve you in.
Thank you very much for all the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay. Do we need to vote on that project then, or do we just let it be as it is?
It came in, and there's a bucket of grants that come in that are unapproved, and then you take what you want out of that unapproved and put them into approved. And if you don't take them out of unapproved, they stay there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so it will be on the agenda for next time, just as revised.
Resubmit.
No, it just stays in that bucket of unapproved for that cycle and basically just kind of goes away.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, Lauren, we look forward to seeing your revised application next go around. Let's move on to the next project. This was the Ride with Respect project. Do we have somebody from Ride with Respect here that would be willing to present on this?
Sorry, you mean Tread Lightly, correct?
Tread
Lightly, sorry.
Yes, Danielle McNiven and Doug Bigelow are both here representing Tread Lightly.
Okay, let's go ahead, give you guys 5 minutes to go over what the application is in more detail, and we'll open it up for questions after that.
Okay, perfect. Can I share my screen? Do I have that ability? I think I do.
Should
maybe.
have that ability.
Cool.
It's a little arrow.
That better? Okay. So first of all, I want to say, of course, thank you for the opportunity to present to the council. It's good to see you all and really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Tread Lightly is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, national in scope, but we do have local program managers, and that's why we're here today, is to ask for funding to support our Utah program manager, Cabe Wolf. Just as an overview of the work that we do, we're both education and stewardship based. So Tread Lightly is the nonprofit partner of the federal agencies to provide OHV ethics education through their agencies. We do that through online courses. In Utah specifically, we partnered with the DNR for fire sense and fire awareness messaging. We do social media campaigns, of course, on-site outreach and education opportunities. We collaborate with clubs, give them funding to get work that they need to do to get done, collaborate with them on volunteer opportunities, develop educational messaging and materials. Just in this current grant that we've been awarded from OHVR, we've completed 40 projects with over 169 volunteers with a value of $27,344 volunteer rate. We also try our best to leverage our industry partners in Utah. So these are companies that have collaborated and dedicated funding and time through their employees directly to the Utah program. What we're really asking for is support for the program manager to continue to do this work. He travels all throughout the state, collaborates with the Forest Service on projects and the BLM as well. And his time is completely dedicated to planning, organizing, executing volunteer stewardship, conservation projects on the ground, educational outreach, attending events. As a matter of fact, he couldn't be here today because he was already on the schedule to be at an event providing educational opportunities to people presenting them with what it means to be a responsible, ethical visitor when they're on public land. So I apologize that he couldn't be here today. So really what we're looking at is when the budget was developed, we didn't have an idea of what the Forest Service, normally the Forest Service is a partner in the salary portion of this agreement. And unfortunately, as we all know, the federal agencies are struggling right now to even know what their own budgets are. Most of our federal partners at this point still don't have an understanding of what they're going to have available. So the increase, we came to Utah State through the OHVR program with an increased amount because we don't know exactly what we're going to get. Since this budget was developed, we do have information that the Forest Service is going to have some amount of dollars to contribute, but we don't know what that looks like as far as a complete dollar amount. So that is partially the reason you're seeing an increase from our last application. Also, I will admittedly, as I went through and got some feedback and started looking, I didn't do a great job of explaining everything that's going into the personnel. So the program manager himself, we're asking to be funded, but as well as any of our staff who are contributing directly to the objectives of meeting these stewardship projects and educational components. So what I mean by that is Evan, our program manager, assistant director, he pops in and out of all of our agreements to assist the program managers in the state with their direct work. So he weighs in on signage design. He goes out into the field. He helps in the planning process when the program managers need support. Also, Jerica and Brian, our communications and design team, they're the ones who actually get the messages out, design the social media campaigns, design the signs that go up on the kiosks that we install. So that is part of this, and I admittedly did not do a super great job of explaining that in the agreement or in the application. Partially I'll tell you that this is a difficult job. It requires a very specific skill set. Somebody who's got to be able to speak, agency speak, somebody who's got to be able to connect with volunteers and agency folks on the ground, somebody who's can swing a hammer, so it's a lot of different skill sets, and we're doing our best to retain talent because it's difficult. It's very difficult to find people who can handle all of these responsibilities and do them well, and it's definitely difficult to replace them and have to train somebody new and build those new relationships. So talent retention is part of this as well. So these are just some of the challenges that we're funding. And I want to point out, and this is something I'd like to work with the council maybe on a broader basis, but I mentioned the federal budget uncertainty. I saw that the BLM mentioned that they're going to have 30% funding cuts. And I think that that's something that we can expect to see going forward. There's just so much uncertainty there with us, not just with the dollars, but also the reductions in workforce. We want to be there to be the partner who can fill in those gaps. And I think that we do that tremendously for our partners, especially on the federal level. This is a demanding job. Like I said, more than 40 hours a week. CABE was in the field for over 2 months straight, including weekends last year. And so again, just a lot of time, a lot of talent, a lot of perseverance and dedication to do this. Also, there is a desire, a continuing trend that I'm seeing with the states that everybody wants to fund like the stuff, the hammers, the signs, the nails, all of the kiosks, things like that. But there's a trend I'm seeing for the committees to be pulling back from personnel, and I understand that completely. But of course, like I think Tread Lightly does a really great job with ROI, but when it comes down to it, if there's not somebody to have those meetings, if there's not somebody to put those plans in place, if there's not somebody to coordinate, none of this work gets done. hammers don't swing themselves, so we've got to have somebody that can be out in the field and actually doing this work. And so that's, on a larger scale, something I'd like to work with the council on and see what can be done to, prove that value, which I think that we do, but I just want to throw that out there. That's something that we're seeing. And I think that needs to be, on a case by case basis, but happy to answer any questions that anybody has as far as funding and what we need to do to get this across the finish line.
I have a question or several.
Yeah.
So are these projects strictly motorized that you're requesting funding for? Like I see on your website, there's hunting, fishing, mountain biking, camping, airplanes, drones.
This is a great question. So Tread Lightly's mission on a national level is to help with ethics education across the board. The different states determine what they want to focus on. A lot of those things that you're talking about as far as the drones and those kinds of things are campaigns that we run with the federal agencies at the national level. So for instance, we had a campaign where we developed the messaging and the material for drones operation and fire safety and all those kinds of things. So it is something that's within the website, represents our national scope.
Yeah, but more
this funding.
With this.
Yes, this funding specifically is for CABE in Utah for OHV related projects. Now, that being said, there are other groups that benefit from the work that we do because we typically work on multiple use trails. So in nature, anybody who uses a motorized trail is going to benefit from the work that we do.
Yeah, but is he going to go and do training and support for mountain bike groups?
No.
Or you said he's at a project right now. What project is he at, or location is he at right now?
Right now, at this moment, let me check. I can't remember the name of the event, but I got his calendar. Hold on just one second. It is the Delta Classic Rock Crawl.
Okay.
So that's where he's at right at this very moment, delivering educational resources and messaging for responsible use on public lands when using motorized vehicles.
Brody, I would love to join, just to back Danielle up a little bit. I would be remiss not to, because of the amount of work that Tread Lightly has been doing on the UN Wasatch Cache specifically. I know that they're doing it in other areas like the Dixie, but our dispersed recreation program on the Heber-Camas district, in Salt Lake, up in North Zone, up in Logan, and Evanston Mountain View would not be close to the same without the support of Tread Lightly. They are phenomenal partners to help us get additional volunteers out. They are helping us put in kiosks. They are building fences. They are, maintaining motorized trails. They've adopted 3 key areas, I believe, on the Heber-Camas district, a lot on Mirror Lake Highway where they're wanting to do work. This is all on the.
No, I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm probably more inclined for it. I just wanted to make sure, because it, just like we did with UPLA, we looked at their website and it showed that, those other groups, their website also shows other groups. So we have to be fair between UPLA and this group. To make sure that if we're going to fund this, that they're not sending trainers out to talk to mountaineering and fishermen and things like that, because then it would be a no. And so I just wanted to make sure. So
insight, because we have benefited directly from CABE and from this position. And I believe the OHV community has benefited tremendously. And I'll tell you, 2 of the hard had this year with Tread Lightly, one where we had to tell them that we did not have appropriations to support the program. And the second is me not knowing when we will be able to get our funding that we have through grants to Tread Lightly. So if there was a year for the over grant to support them and help them keep it going forward while we're working through what we're working through, this is that year. So I'll just throw that plug out there. They're phenomenal partners.
We really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the work that CABE does is, frankly, he doesn't have time to do work directly with other groups, because all of the work that he is doing is OHV related, and it's literally getting trails cleared, and many times he is acting as the trail crew himself. So
yeah, Rachel, I appreciate that that sentiment. My name is Doug Biggle. I'm actually the new executive director with Tread Lightly, and I've seen Cabe honestly firsthand in Moab, the work that he's put together, the dedication and the professionalism in organizing these efforts. And listen, I'm an OHV guy, long time. I'm going into 40 years of it now, and reality is, I understand those relationships with those other user groups that are non-motorized, but our focus surely in Utah right now is OHV based, and I understand the scope and the relationships within that state, and we continue and hope to continue to do incredible work there for the state.
Do we have reasoning? Why was this one tabled? Was it the same as the UPLA application?
No.
It's a big dollar amount for salary, I think.
Yeah, it was a big dollar amount for salary. It was a big ask, and I think that there was questions about how is this for one person, multiple people, and we were uncertain, and the quantity is one, but it does sound as though there's other people playing into it as well.
yeah, and I apologize. Like I said, I recognized after I got the feedback that I did from Rachel and from other people, I started looking at it. It was like, yeah, I didn't do a super great job of delineating the other pieces of this puzzle that go into the work here and the other staff.
Rachel, can you pull the project budget on it so we can see?
Yes. And
That for 1 year? Is that salary for 1 year?
no. It's going to be over 28 months, but it's for one person, and then it sounds as though with additional.
Over 20 months.
28.
28. Oh, for this. Okay,
Yes.
so it says 1 unit up there.
Yeah, for one.
Person and other.
My concern with this is like generally like, and this is a mistake that I made, is like, we don't do contingencies off of salaries. We'll do it off of like equipment purchases that could be taken off. So this could be decreased, but we do have about $283 something thousand, and this, they are requesting 309.
I guess the question I have is hiring a director here, paying for a director. What's that the difference between the last one we were looking at? Is there any difference?
Tread Lightly is 100% funding my position. We are asking no money from this grant to fund any of this. Cabe's position is 100% boots on the ground, feet in the dirt, coordinating and projecting. So my salary is determined by our industry partners and the folks that we also bring to the table, the Jeeps, the BF Goodriches of the world. So I'm 100% funded outside of anything to do with this grant at all.
So Scott, what she's saying is that it would fund Cabe's doing the work, making things happen. But also she mentioned they're designers. They've been helping us design kiosk panels with great educational messages. So it's designer time. Who else did you say, Danielle? But it's all people making the things happen on the
I know,
ground.
but it's a performance based still that we have to rely on saying, hey, what kind of job are you gonna do?
For sure.
I'm just saying, what's the difference between that and the last grant we were looking at? Because we're looking at, they might have put together a better proposal here, but when you pull it back down, what is the difference between the two groups?
Can I jump in? Cabe does not perform administrative functions at all. Like as a matter of fact, when it comes to the like actual administration of the grants, like I do most of that on the financial level. We do go through checks and all that kind of stuff to verify that the spending is correct and all of that. But Cabe's function is on the ground project planning and execution and educational messaging and material delivery. So, I mean, I would, Yeah, actually, at the beginning, we had a kind of a question, like, would we be better suited to be in the education versus, project? But we do both. And a lot of our projects are educational in nature, but Cave's job, there's no administration in his description. Like, everything that he does is related to getting projects done.
And even the other folks that are associated with helping us in the design and implement of the kiosks, the education materials are 100% OHV focused and have zero to do with administration of running our business. That is literally where Danielle and I come in to make sure that bills are paid and this organization moves forward correctly.
I have a question, Rachel, and maybe you don't know this yet, but if we were to fund this, their fund request is more than we have funding for. Is it possible to fund it and it would come out of next grant cycle's budget, or is it not possible to fund it because we don't have the cash?
I think we need to take a look at that 28,000. That there's a contingency. What's a contingency?
28,000
Yeah.
off of it, and that'll be right about where it needs to be.
I'm just gonna quickly, okay, so right now it's at 309, right? If we take this contingency off, we're at 281. And we have $283.
Hey, we'll call it even and I'll take the 283. Sounds great.
Well, and
Have
Scott,
a
to just, well, and I'll provide one more clarification, because Scott did bring up, Danielle talked about project planning, but what that is like Cave coordinating with Lee Manis, who is our dispersed manager, getting work on the ground. That's the type of
I'm
planning.
just telling you
Yeah,
that
no, I like it.
I don't see a lot of difference between the two positions and what we're talking about. And other than the presentation was, a smoother presentation. And I'd like to see this from the public too.
Different categories.
Different categories.
I understand the different categories, but I'm just saying that I seen a lot of similarities between the two.
For sure.
And we denied one and we want to grant this one. So.
Well, we didn't deny.
I want.
Stop. Not deny anything. You
We
did not
gave
deny anything.
And they're gonna resubmit.
Just ask them to resubmit, and they're both amazing organizations that do great work.
Yeah.
I think nobody would disagree with that. It's just the mechanics of how.
And I don't have a problem with this one.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm just comparing. the two.
And the reason the mechanics are more complex with UCLA is because of the category. This one is complex. There's some questions to answer, but it's a little more clarified and easy to move forward on because they selected aviation for their cap versus access protection. Option.
Let's move on this. I'll entertain a motion if there is any to for funding of this application.
I know I can't vote, but can I make a motion? I don't know. That's a great question.
Shane,
I don't think this.
can Shane make a motion, or is she unable to until she's sworn in?
Only those that are sworn in can move.
So this is Eric. I'll make a motion to approve this at a reduced, taking the contingency out. So approve this at the 281, 120.
Okay, we have a motion from Eric. Do we have a second? Okay. No second to this motion? Okay. Well, I guess it looks like the motion fails to fund this at the reduced amount. Where do we go from here? I'm open to suggestions from Jason or Wade or Shane.
Same as it just remains in the bucket of unfunded grant requests for this cycle. We've got a bucket of those that you could approve. And so now that we're gonna move on to another grant cycle here, those gonna go away, and a reapplication would be appropriate.
Okay. Is there any direction that board would recommend for the applicant? I mean, is there any direction on how to rephrase this or reapply with changes?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. So thank you for that. Like, you know, our partnership with the Utah State is, especially right now, as Cheryl said, our partnership with the state is you know, necessary to be able to continue this programming. So of course I'll be working with Rachel, but if there's any recommendations you all can give us to make this a, you know, to remove any kind of ambiguity or concerns, like I'd like to know those, because we need this to get this done.
I'll just say that I will definitely make sure I get sworn in so that I can second this motion next time. Tread Lightly is one of our greatest advocates from a public land agency standpoint. They're one of our biggest messaging advocates. So I strongly support this project. I wish I could second the motion.
I wish you could too, Dave. That's, you know, your point, Danielle, it's timing for this one gives Utah an amazing opportunity to show how we step forward and fill in the needs where the federal government has failed us.
Daniel, I would second that. I think that Tread Lightly is going to play even a bigger role, as the federal government is experiencing a lot of limitations. And I would encourage you to apply for the next cycle.
Oh, 100%. You can count on it. 100%. Like, we'll be there for sure. I really support, of course. I really appreciate your support. We'll get this straightened out. I'll work closely with Rachel and to make sure that, you know, we get our T's crossed and our I's dotted, because, you know, we, more than anything else, I mean, our role at this point with the states, and I think for the past few years, but particularly now, is to be the support to the agencies that they need to make sure that this important work gets done. And that's what we're trying to do. So we'll come back. You can guarantee it.
And shoot me an email. We can get something set up in the next couple of weeks.
Beautiful. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Danielle and Doug, for being here and giving us your information. We look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Thanks so much.
Okay, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. This is item number 10, OHV Recreation Grant Admin Rules.
Okay, well, I honestly think this is probably really important. So unfortunately, we far exceeded our time, but I would like to really go through this because this is the heart and soul of what the over grant is. So
Rachel, can you share your screen?
oh yeah, that'd be helpful. One second.
So, and Mr. Chair, we only have 45 minutes total left about, and we have, another several items on the agenda. So just FYI, and it's up to your discretion of what we do next.
Okay. Let's carry on with this, and Rachel, be brief as much as you can.
I'll try. Okay, so blue is what has been added to this. So we wanted to define more in-kind contributions. So this has kind of been worked on with Jason. I've helped a little bit on this. We plan to have Shane to refine this on the legal side. I can't write rules to save my life. But pretty much all it says here is we just define what in-kind contributions is, and that we state that in-kind volunteer rates comes from this website. Further down, we did some changes here again with the addition of in-kind contributions. We removed some cash and the way that it can be defined. We wanted to emphasize federal grants here. And part of this discussion and why it's highlighted is because right now we allow matching from state to state grants within our division. And if someone were to look on the outside and see that, it might not pass the smell test. Is that what
I don't think the taxpayer would be okay with it.
Yeah. So with that in mind, that's kind of why we've started state federal grants. Again, we would like to have this discussion with you all, how you feel about matching within our division to division grants. But ideally, we think this is the right direction to go in the best use of taxpayer money, not matching within similar accounts. So further down, this right here, it says grant funds may be used for tourism promotion, but later on it says cash match of at least 25% for OHV tourism. We did away with that. We're just updating our rules so that, again, all our grants just require matching funds. We're not really stating a specific required match here. So that's why we've removed this. Weighted scoring system, I really wanted to chat with you guys about this and see if it's something, because right now we have a scoring system, but it's not really weighted. And the reason why it's not weighted per se is because we're trying to bring together 6 different categories. And it's hard. And if it's worthwhile to have, is it worthwhile to really have 6 different?
Did we lose them?
Uh-oh.
I think we did lose him. Let me text her.
She was pounding on her gavel too hard right there, trying to make her point. Shut off her computer.
She's been hounding me all meeting about keeping things moving along. The minute I tell her to, she just protests, I guess.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, is anybody going camping over the weekend?
I'm
You get
riding
the
from
meeting,
Beaver to Cove Fort.
Nice.
I'll be tearing the clutch out of my scrambler. Does that count? I'll
No.
be camped out underneath.
I just did that in my truck.
Yeah, I'm a little grumpy.
Was
about it.
anybody able to get a hold of Rachel?
I text her, but I haven't heard back from her.
I'm calling Wade.
I wonder if
Say-
the power went out or something. I don't know. No, she should still get a text message.
I'm calling Curry right now.
This is Brody. We lost Rachel's feed. So. Okay.
She was on a roll too.
All right. We'll be waiting for her to come back. Bye. Okay. The message has been passed on to Rachel. Anybody else there?
Well, most of us are still on.
Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we
Okay.
hear you.
What we get for not being there.
This 3 o'clock meeting might turn into a 4 or 5 o'clock meeting.
You know, we haven't even got to the stuff that we wanted to have the meeting for yet.
Seems like we got told that we have to follow an agenda or something like that. Can't go over on time. It would take a motion to go over on time.
I didn't see a motion like that on the agenda.
No, I'm not. I will
Can you
not
hear us,
second that
Rachel?
one.
It says she joined again.
We're back.
There we go.
Back, we just need to do.
Hopefully that worked.
Am I missing a setting?
What are you trying to change?
Is it set up? Am I missing it?
What are you looking for?
I wanted to make sure that it's the owl and not.
Oh, we can see you now.
Okay, all right, we're up. All right, should I go back to sharing? Where did we lose you all?
You had just started talking about
Tourism.
tourism. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you missed the good part. You want me to start over?
No, it's okay. So with OHV tourism, it originally required a 25% cash match. I've ultimately done away with that because there was a full year we didn't receive any OHV tourism grants. So we wanted to kind of broaden that. So this is us just officially removing it from our rules here is the 25% cash match again for OHV tourism. All right. I talked about a weighted scoring system. Right now we have a scoring system. It's not really weighted. It doesn't weight, categories against other categories. It's pretty much right across the board. It's the same thing. It's asking how you feel about these different sections of the grant and I think it's like what I never look at it, but like pretty much what you liked about the grant and what you didn't like about the grant, and if you think you should fund it. With that in mind, we have in here a weighted scoring system, and I wanted to talk to you all about it and see if it's something that there's an interest in. It would mean that across the board, every category would have a different scoring. So we probably have to break it up into sections when reviewing the applications because we can't just review them all together. It's different weighted scoring systems. Here, we just said cash funding, this is where we'll be scored higher if it has a higher percentage of matching cash funding. We just added that in there. This is what we were chatting about extensively, and then we asked for your input. So,
Hey, Rachel, before you get into this, can I interrupt?
no, but yes.
Sorry, I know you want to stay on time, but can we go back up to the weighted?
Yeah, of course.
So what are you saying here?
So, and I honestly, I kind of want to direct this towards Jason Curry.
Oh, throw me in there.
I will, because I was like, we have a system. He said that's not a scoring system.
Yeah, I had questions about this because it does say that we shall use a weighted scoring system, and all of the different criterias are not weighted; they're all equal. So that's not really a weighted scoring system. So I just wanted to have a conversation to see if the advisory council sees any value in redistributing the weighting on different attributes that you're scoring on. So, if you're scoring on like how good is the budget, is that as equally important? And should you get 5 full points? And then you look at the actual project summary, and the summary is also great. So you give that 5 points. That's my point on this.
Yeah, and I mean, are we weighing in right now, or are we so far behind we're not going to weigh in?
We have time. I think there are a few things in this rule that we definitely need to address today and get past today. The upfront funding and maybe a couple of other. This is not one that is urgent. We can probably wait on this. And what we really need you to do is, in your copious amount of free time, is review this draft and see and gather your thoughts and make some notes. And we can maybe do a little coordinating via email on some of your thoughts. And then when we get together again, we can actually take action. And we're all kind of more informed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
So up to this point, I don't think we've seen anything that's like do or die, right?
No, this section is, I think, maybe it could go either
I
way.
think we need to get these shined up a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. So here in here, this is generally what we base these are the percentages for each category. The intent behind this is that ultimately this can be restricted by having it in rules because things change, you know, as we're seeing like search and rescue will be coming out, we're finding out that it won't be for equipment. So that might not actually change the way that we thought it would. But still, we wanted to see what the council's thoughts were on removing this and having it be instead have a yearly meeting where the council decides these percentages based off of past years and the needs that they feel that the community has for them. Again, we had a discussion in here and I'm going to pull it to Scott. Scott, if you want to talk on this.
Yes, first of all, for example, the search and rescue used to be like 10%. Now it's 23%. And, you know, that wasn't discussed in it, but I do believe that we need to have parameters kind of set in place. Our most important is to keep trails open. And what does that take? I think we need to take the major portion or a good portion of it to keep trails open, either maintenance or advocacy, which advocacy is not listed up there on that one, I don't believe. So
it is. It's education and access protection. Minimum of 15%.
I think we need to not leave them open, that you could spend all of it on one particular item. And I don't believe we would, but I do believe there needs to be some parameters in there, like on promotional stuff, say, well, maybe we need to keep promotional stuff down to 5% of what, and not go over that. And maybe give us the option to allow us to vote on it, to go over it, but to have some things there for guidance, I think.
Yeah, the reason why this ultimately is because, to be honest, we've never kept within these parameters. I don't know if anyone remembers back in the day when it first started out, but we used to have 5% for search and rescue, 5% for OH tourism, 5% for, I think it was education, and then access protection and trail work had the most.
And I thought we did. I thought we tried to keep it within those budget limits.
I think we tried, but that's why we adjusted this to kind of meet more of the need for things. But even if we look at here,
I really do think it paints you are losing more than you're gaining by putting percentages on everything. That's my opinion. You know, this council should be trusted to make the decisions for this fund.
What does other people on the council feel?
What if we scored search and rescue last at each grant cycle and took care of all the trail and access protection and stuff first, and then go to search and rescue, and then if we happen to we'll go till we run out of money at each grant cycle.
Another thing would be as a guideline, right? So we stated it's a guideline of, you know, the spend we want to do as a percentage, but it's not a hard fast rule, right? This is a guideline, and maybe that's something that we talk about at the beginning of every cycle meeting, or I feel like we are losing track of this a little bit, and we do lose, you know, I feel like I'm always constantly fighting the SAR stuff internally, that I wish we could find someone that would come and give us a grant that is this much dollars that's being used for trail work, but we're not getting that. And so I like what Brody's saying, you know, we give more importance to maybe some of the trail work, but they're just, I've got quite a bit of unease over every single search and rescue organization in the state needing all this equipment. And I mean, where have they got all this equipment in the past? You know, again, I go back to my litmus test is I have to talk to my fellow users that's been paying into this fund, that's been paying their registration. They're not skirting it. They do it every year. They've got 5 machines, and you know, where's all my money going? Well, the search and rescue is good. You know, if you guys get in trouble, they're going to come get you and take care of you. But my gosh, I would be scared to ever tell them, you know, a percentage of their fund that's going to this, you know. And so that's where my heartburn is. So if we can change it And I understand what we're trying to do here. I think that's great, but I think it still needs to be a guideline. So we're just not willy-nilly and we're maybe not accepting grants. And there needs to be some reason, some reasoning instead of no, I just don't want to. I don't know how to state that any better.
Critical one, it's just a conversation. I would say maybe procedurally is a way we can continue to make things work just fine with these percentages. If you do get to the point where you're boxed in and it's like, oh geez, we've got 18% that we want to give towards education access protection, then you could probably procedurally do it by a motion to suspend the rules and increase the percentage. And Shane, maybe you can clarify if that's correct or not.
Yeah, so you just asked me that question one more time, Jason.
So as we look at these percentages that are in rule, if a committee gets to a point where, let's say, for example, if they are limited here by this rule, it says 15% maximum for education access protection. If they get to a point where they want to fund one more and that takes them to 18%, could a motion be made that to suspend the rules and allow for a higher percentage?
Not under the current administrative rule. Let me just look at the language specifically really quickly.
Looking at that, I would like us to see a break between education and advocacy and put advocacy as a separate line item as opposed to mixing those two together, because they're really two different items.
When this was first done, I believe that we did combine them for where they can made so many changes over the years. I can't remember if it was combined as the same project because they kind of went.
I put advocacy as the second most important thing in our role as a council.
I agree, and that's how it used to be. It's just when we only had 5% for other categories, like we weren't seeing the demand there. And I'm hoping now that we will.
So
when you mean access protection, right?
Yeah.
To Jason's point, to the extent the council wanted to keep the current percentages or adjust the percentages to reflect differing priorities, but wanted to have the flexibility to, as Jason suggested, make a motion during a meeting to award outside those percentages, we can include something in the language that allows that type of discretion. So you can kind of have your cake and eat it too there. You can set percentages, but we can also allow for some sort of mechanism that allows you to work outside those guidelines if certain criteria are met. It's really up to the council. Under the current rule anticipates awards within those guidelines.
Okay, is that something something that you could help us with, Shane, like
Yeah.
workshops?
Yeah, I mean, if that's something the council wants and wants to approve something to that effect, I can work with you to draft language that will do it.
Okay.
Do we need a motion for it or can we just do it now?
Just do it. Motion would come to adopt it in a future meeting.
Well, I think it is good to identify those up front so that people do understand that we're going to strive to get a certain percentage of these in each of those categories. If we kind of do that other process where it's like, we're going to do these favorite ones and maybe you guys will get one. I can just say as someone who spent a lot of time writing grants, I probably wouldn't apply for that if I felt like my type of project was like a maybe down the road if we have funding, because that's a lot of work people put into these. So I also think from an applicant standpoint, it's nice to know there is a certain percentage we're hoping to put to each of those categories, right?
Yeah.
I think it feels more motivating.
Okay.
I believe I'm representing the user, what the user would want from me. And those two top ones need to be there, keeping the trails open and maintaining them.
All right, so this is the big one. This is the upfront funding. So we've changed a decent amount of language. Prior to this, we allowed up to 75% of upfront funding to applicants. We've also kind of broken it out where right now we're trying to do 25% increments. And so what this does is it changes it where, a lot of language, that we can advance upfront funding in increments of 25% or at a higher percentage at the discretion of the division. And then it's my understanding that we can present to the total award amount as well. So instead of the 75% threshold that we had prior, it is up to the 100%. That was from a legislative change that happened. What bill was that? It was House Bill.
I don't remember, but
yeah,
we've agreed to do this a year ago.
Yeah.
We can do this. It'll be just based on prior performance, mainly reputation.
Yeah.
And if it's a group that we work with all the time, we don't feel like there's a risk of them running away with the money, we can give them 100% upfront.
Yeah, and we have barriers in place where they have to expend the money within 30 days, sorry, not 30 days, 3 months, and then they have to show proof that they expended it. So it's not just sitting in someone's bank account accumulating money, interest on it. It's actually on the ground. They need it right now. They can't do it without this funding. And the reason why we're trying to adjust it also to higher percentages, not just the 25, is so that if it's a large purchase, like equipment, they can come and request that. Okay, this is just changed. I think it was just moved down. I think that was honestly it to the rule changes. Is there additional discussion? I know that there's something brought up earlier from during the public comment period regarding contracting.
Let's see. There was, yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. Brad, go ahead.
Is that? Yeah. Okay, so what we talked about was the grant cycle, the time, and then also being able to use volunteer hours as the match prior to the contract date. As long as it's on the same trail system. That
Right.
makes sense?
Yep.
And then the other one was a proposal of the grant cycle.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's, yeah, if we're getting money in end of May, early June, we've missed out on the spring, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if we can move that up a month with our grant cycle or more, then people can get started in March or April.
So, and that is written into the rules, is I believe this open and closing dates.
Do you want me to read my proposal dates?
No, I remember them, but I'm just trying to find them where it states in here which are our dates.
If it's fine tune, I mean, it's.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just shortening it 15 days. So it just be versus being open for 60 days. Oh, here it is. No.
I think being open the same amount of time still works. It just needs to be the basically the closing and the funding days need to be moved up, right? So if we're open 60 days right now, just move it up, move the timeline up. I wouldn't shorten the time the grant's open.
Yeah, instead of having to be due in March, have them be due in February.
So do like, okay, so what would your ideal date be? Because this would be a change in here. I can't, oh, here it is. So March 31st and July 31st are the current closing dates. So we wouldn't be able to change this upcoming grant cycle, which is June 1st to July 31st, because this rule changes take at least 2 months, because there's a period, a month-long period, a comment period per month. So there's certain processes that we have to go through. So right now, this would be for next year.
Right.
So right now, March 31st is the closing date, and then July 31st. So the grant cycle that opens up in June will stay this current cycle.
Well, and I think one of the things that we had talked about last meeting too was dealing with snowmobile applications as well. I don't know that snowmobile applications are as much of an issue, but I think what the issue that we're hearing is that, hey, in order to get funding for the spring, it would have to be would have to have been a summer application before they get the funding to do a spring project. But if we moved the spring funding up to February deadline instead of a March deadline to get it submitted, and then we review and approve those grants in March, then the funding would be available sooner. And then same thing for the summer, is that we move it up to, right now it's a July deadline, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd move it up to a June deadline.
I haven't even had a chance to start on next opening application. Like, I don't have enough time to do that. So that's ultimately why one of the reasons that I wanted to talk with you all is mostly to move it to a fall, because I know from firsthand from Forest Service, like all of our federal partners will not be applying because that's when they're in the field. So a lot of this, initially this discussion was supposed to be more surrounding the fall. If there is demand for, I understand having it open in spring, but like, please note that a January 1st opening date is not ideal for, again, me, staff. I don't want to be working on New Year's and I will not. So I would love to re-advise these. Do we have suggestions for spring? And then I would like also to hear a discussion on fall, ideally.
So are you against February 1st starting the spring grant cycle, or?
So that's currently what it is. So right now it opens February 1st and it
But ends
closes March 31st.
middle, or can we cut it down to 30 days instead of 45?
Well, right now it's open for 60 days.
60 days.
Yeah, so February 1st to March 31st.
Well, that's a big period of
If you
time.
give them 2 months, they're gonna apply no matter what at the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
So
why don't we cut it back to
down?
30 days?
So I think we're kind of in agreement to cut it back to 30 days, open it February 1st and shutting it down on March 15th.
Yes.
March 1st, you mean? That's 30
Well,
days.
That's what Brett asked for.
Funded by
It's a little bit more.
Usually we have how long for reviews?
Reviews are, and that's also something, please keep in mind, like, reviews, I have to hound a lot of you guys, even though you guys are given a month. Sorry to shame, but shaming. So please keep that in mind. Like, that would also cut down your review time. And then contract period, that's Maureen. She handles how many contracts a year?
Yeah, probably the same, but I mean, I got your guys was out within 2 weeks of the award, so the turnaround time is.
But usually, if we had a week, we'd do it in a week. If we had 2 weeks, we'd do it in a week. We wait till the last
You're
minute
gonna
to do it.
procrastinate.
Yeah,
Yes.
I get
I
that.
won't be able to do it in a week. That's all.
Some of us do. I fit it in here and there when I can. I wonder, does it have to be at the beginning of a month? Can we start at like January 15th and then go till February, end of February, something like that? That gives us 45 days of open period, and then you've got
No, Jeff.
No,
a
January
month ahead.
1st. Great. Okay.
So you're okay with January 15th then?
Yeah, I just don't
I'm
want to, I
okay
don't
with
want to be
15.
here on New Year's
And
Day.
close when, the end of February?
Yes.
We could do that, and then I would still be open for 45 days.
Our slow period is like January 1st to January 3rd.
Honestly, yeah, because then legislative session.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But if she's overwhelmed, we've got the funding, why not give her more staff? So
I
that
keep
it's-
telling her to hire somebody else, and she says, I can't do
This
that.
is for the
I have
people.
Jorge, but I'm bad at delegating, and a lot of it's just grunt work.
We're gonna send Rachel to delegating training.
I just need to go to delegating. I would like to do that. Anyways, do
Okay.
we feel comfortable with that?
January 15th.
February 28th.
Yeah. And then obviously, we have it in here subject to change based on weekends and holidays, so. But also discussing this, because right now, like, we closed, our contracts went out a week ago?
I think 2 weeks ago for
2
yours.
weeks ago, yeah. So as we know, but people are just now signing them, and then it opens June 1st. So there's really no break in between, and what we've seen historically, and I have this further down in here, future grant cycles, and what I want to discuss later on, which we won't have time to, I assume, is that we haven't seen the demand. we haven't seen the demand because they're back to back. And by having them back to back, people either apply for one or they apply for the other. They're not. I will say the benefit of this is that, you know, what we just saw is like, if they weren't awarded, they can apply again. But I would like to, again, discuss thoughts.
So what would your optimal, with your workload, what would your optimal date be to open up the next one?
Maybe August, like August 15th.
Keep it open for 30 days, and that way that can kind of be your winter one and your early spring. For those that want summer projects, they can start on them earlier.
That's what that's kind of what I was thinking. And then it's kind of, they know what they need to do because they've already kind of worked most of their season. I was thinking August 15th do you want to do 45 days? That's what we did with the other one.
Did you have some comment on that, Brett?
I came up with what I thought would be the ultimate, that it's for the people that are out doing it on the ground, not for what staff is capable of doing. So maybe you need to double up on staff for these grants. Maybe you need another helper so that it can be, because it gives you a month and a half or it gives you a couple of months gap, but you want to hit the spring, that's when I start working out in the desert. And then after I've received my grant for that, for an example, then it's fall grants, or the people that didn't do the spring, they want money for the fall. And if you're going into October, November, pretty soon Thanksgiving, Christmas, nobody's even thinking of Charles. So we need to be able to capture the group that's out doing the work. But it seems like, because if we're understaffed, we're focusing on what's best for the staff, not what's best for the people out on the ground. And I don't see why we can get, in my opinion, more staff to help Rachel. We can't overwhelm her, she'll up and go. I think that's what we're lacking. We need to do what's best for what's going on the ground, in the dirt. And it's caption spring.
So you're against the January 15th then type deal? That's too early?
No, you can open it up. People are starting.
Yeah, okay.
But if it closed on February 1st, or let's see, closes on March 15th.
What if it closed on March 1st?
March 1st would even be better.
Well, we have February
That's
28th.
like open on the 15th of January, close on March 1st. And that would get us a lot earlier into the spring.
And it would. And as long as it can be funded by, if you do that, could it be funded by April 15th?
I would think so.
You know, then you give it some time and then you go into the fall projects. So like, for an example, this one didn't work in the spring, so now they're gonna do the fall projects, the ones that got rejected today. It's not that far away.
Or you should apply for the fall for the ones you want to do in the spring.
If you're gonna.
Like that's, I mean, that's also an approach. Like, you know, we look at that, like, we apply for them and we start spending them the next summer, like, because we know it's going to take time to go through the contracting, to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
So you can also apply in a way that's out further, right?
Sure.
So you could come in the fall or spring. And I guess I'll just share, most likely our forest at least, but I guess most are going to be pretty similar, that won't probably take advantage of that second grant cycle, just because our season goes till like November, right? So the same folks that would be writing these grants are out doing field work on the grants we already have until October. And then we're doing all the closeouts and reporting for these grants. So we're not even starting to think about our next grants till that next calendar year. So I mean, I think it's great because I know not everyone's going to fit into that, but I'm just saying, I don't think you'll see that demand from a lot of the folks that right now we've got a pretty good cycle going, right? It'll be different.
At a federal level, you're working up at a mountain's high elevation.
Yeah.
We're out working.
Exactly.
We follow the seasons. We're out there working in the desert in the spring. And then we're working.
For sure. And that's why I said, like, other people may be different, but for us, I feel like the first cycle is usually the one you'll see. Because she is saying there wasn't demand. I just don't think you'll see that demand from a lot of those partners, but these partners, yes.
Well, also now that we've shortened it by 15 days for both of them, moved it up also. Like, maybe we keep the same dates where it closes July 31st. Looking at that now.
Are you comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, okay, so if it closes
Can you make that
February,
work?
March, April, that would give me at least May to do stuff.
Okay.
Versus, I think so.
So we're almost June and they haven't got
But we
funding.
do June 15th. Well, yes, but there's also a lot of administrative stuff that goes
Well, I
behind.
know, and we need to work that in. What it means is they applied for the money, we need the money available for the grant. So we have a lot of administrative work, and so that's what we need to tighten up.
There's administrative, but then there's also allowing the advisory council to review.
Oh, I know.
There's a lot of waiting
Well,
and
we
there's
used
a
to
lot of
work on
moving
here.
parts
Yeah,
that
we
are
got
there.
We're running out of time in our meeting. Let's go ahead and I mean, this is a good discussion. I think something that we can continue with, but we probably ought to get moving on to. There's a few other items on here that we've not been able to get to yet. And go ahead.
There's
Yes,
one thing
Scott.
about is the RTP grant. I would like to be able to leverage the RTP money. And so is it going to mess you up having a grant cycle in that early in the year?
No, it's just that same issue of having to get that approval from UDOT, which again doesn't happen until
That's fine.
August. So, I mean, you guys could certainly go through and approve the projects. I'd be happy to coordinate with your committee to do so. Again, it's just, those projects would award it and then they'd be twiddling their thumbs waiting until final approval. But, that's how it
The
goes.
Forest Service. No, but you plan a year
We
ahead.
can just table it and move
Because
on.
we know it takes
Yeah.
time.
Let's get going on. We've got about 15 minutes for the rest of our items. So,
Mr. Chair, we
Yes.
cannot table the one rule change about upfront funding.
okay.
That has to be done.
What has to be done with it? Do we need a motion on that?
We need a motion to adopt that rule change. The other ones we can talk about and massage a little bit more for the future or leave everything the way it is, but the
Okay.
one on the
So that's just for the upfront funding.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the upfront funding thing.
Change to the rules.
Yep.
Okay, we've
I'll
got a
second that.
seconded by Brett. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I'll vote aye as well. All right. On to item number 11, and we've kind of been getting into this a little bit. These were items that were added to the list from last meeting that we needed to go over. Rachel, do you want to give us a quick highlight on each of these, and maybe we can sort through those in the next 15 minutes?
Yeah. So I won't take a ton of time. It's just that there's been a lot of questions about assets and how we do this. And I wanted to kind of showcase our tracking system, but ultimately, whenever someone purchases an asset and there's a serial number or VIN number associated, we record it and we have it. We show how much we've spent funding on it. I'm going to quickly share my screen just to show, because I think on the back end, there's been a lot of uncertainty, like what happens on the back end after a grant is recommended. So I just really quickly wanted to share, like, this is the asset tracking that we do. Yeah, there we go. So here again, we have the type, the year, the make, the model, the serial / VIN number, intended use, organization, which county it's going to be a part of, the price, how much we paid, and kind of just, yeah. So that's kind of what I wanted to showcase. Again, there's just been a lot of questions about this and uncertainty, but just so you know that we want to get pictures of all of these machines. So whenever someone does a closeout, Wade himself has been a part of this, and Cheryl has. We want to see pictures of the equipment. We want to make sure that there's sign and recognition on it. Another thing that we're seeing is on to number 2, 11.2 is fuel cards and tracking fuel purchases. This is kind of something that we've come into play through audits. Right now, we've allowed for gift cards for fuel, and we've been advised against that through our auditors because we're unable to track it. We're unable to make sure that it's actually going towards fuel.
It's a cash equivalent.
Yeah.
Basically what that is.
So there's a couple different options. We can either do, and I wanted to chat with the advisory council about upfront of fuel and what their thoughts are on that. We could either do a direct reimbursement with fuel logs and receipts. There's reimbursement based on the state's fuel rate that we have, or the federal rate that we can go off of for machines and vehicles. We want to still be able to assist applicants regarding upfront funding. So again, these are just some things that I wanted input on.
And my thought is too, we probably, best practice would be to separate the way we do vehicle mileage for a motor vehicle and the way we do fuel for machines. Those two very different things. Tracking mileage in a vehicle are very common throughout the whole nonprofit and government world and even business world. For the fuel for machines, it's a little different. We could probably work that a little more flexibly.
Brody, you raised your hand.
If somebody gets reimbursed for fuel, do they then also, does it count as income and then they get taxed on it when they do their taxes?
Shouldn't.
I don't think so.
You got to consult your tax attorney about that.
If you get a check, say you get a check for $20 for gas, then you, from the state that you paid for, then the state will send you a W-2 form or whatever, and at the end of the year saying that they paid you $20. Then you have to declare that on your taxes.
We're not tax attorneys.
Yeah,
No-
it would
no
be
idea.
reimbursement.
So
but
it's just something to think about, that you could be actually costing a person more money somewhere along the line by doing the reimbursement instead of just paying up front.
Here's the other thing too, Brody, is I guess how we did things in fire. So it might be something that could be adopted on how we pay for equipment usage, whether that's side by side or four-wheeler or whatever. We could develop rates. So it's an hourly rate or a daily rate for a machine. So if you're taking your personal side by side and working on a trail all day, there's a daily rate. So now you know you get reimbursed X dollars for that piece of equipment. Same thing, little different with the ATV, a little different with the motorcycle, or even chainsaw. You have those, those rates developed. And I don't know the answer to your tax question, Barry. I think that's very, very far more into the weeds than I would expect this council to go. I do understand.
The other thing, I know you can't do gift card, like, go and buy a Maverick gift card, but can you, there's state gas stations throughout the state where you can use a state gas card or whatever. Is there a way to that you can give them a code? They can punch in a code or whatever, go to the particular gas station and punch in a code that they have for that. Is there some system that we could do with that? Then you can go to a particular gas station, get your gas. It just, you've been authorized to be the one that does that. And then you don't have to pay for it out of your pocket. You don't have to worry about getting reimbursed, something like that.
There is a way to do that, but not for motor vehicles. It would only be for equipment. And that's another thing that the auditor would caution against doing.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
Been done a lot here and there, and it has caused headaches every single time it's been extended to volunteers.
They probably don't have the corn-free gas either.
Yeah, they do, some of them.
Oh. Okay, so is there any other direction you need on that?
Yeah, I don't know that we have enough time to really get to the bottom of it, but just something that we'll put in your list of things to think about and bring it back in a form that we can actually take action next meeting. That's something I want to probably focus on for next meeting, is provide you guys with some expectations of how you'll come, a little bit prepped for some of this, so that when the conversation happens, it's not the first time you've heard about it, and we're all sort of well versed on the conversation and can take action without having to take an hour to talk through all the intricacies and getting into the weeds further than we need to on a lot of it.
Okay. I'll just real quickly. Salt Lake County came to me asking if they would be eligible for a grant. Ultimately, Salt Lake County has 3 miles of trail. Something to keep in mind, as we talked about earlier, House Bill 456 excludes first and second counties. So we might start seeing those. I know we've had a lot of discussion about search and rescue today. So just keep that in mind that we might start seeing these. It's up to the council to kind of decide what's going to work and what's not going to work and where they want to see the funding being utilized. This is a master list of eligibility. There's some additional items that we wanted to add to this through past discussions and past reviews, but if there was anything that was outstanding or that you felt as though didn't really meet the intent of the grant or wasn't listed on here, I was hoping to get some insight on that. You know, we have our flat rates and then ineligible stuff.
Is there anything that's been added to this list or taken from this list?
There's 3 items that I believe are being added. Like one of them was, you know, raffle items, those kind of things that came across and that were discussed. There were other items that I wanted to get people's feedback on AEDs for OSU tourism events. You know, having an AED, that's something that would be of interest for people for OSU tourism, in the sense that, you know, if there's a ride happening and there's older people on it and they need an AED. Things like that. Wanted to discuss, put it out there. Also, I wanted to talk about promotional items and kind of the discussion that we had and what people saw when they had the in-person site visit in Grand County. Those items that they're using and seeing how they're utilizing it and whether you believe that that is promotional items or if you view it as more education items. I won't go into depth with this stuff. There'll be a survey coming out. There'll be a survey coming out. And then in this slide, I kind of go into detail about the grant process behind the scenes if you're interested in seeing that and what it looks like. I've provided slides. It's in this packet that's in that folder. There's also the resources that we use behind the scenes. So upfront funding, it has, you know, reimbursement forms. It has the packet that gets sent out to people when they are awarded funding for them to go through. So if you're interested in that, it is in that folder. I will show everyone where it is. If you do not have access to said folder, please let me know. You can request access and I will share it with you. So if you go to fiscal year 25 and March 23rd, 2025, it has over grant resources. It has all the things that we've talked about. I'll make sure to put the additional slides that have been presented today in here as well. So any questions on this? It's all here in these folders. But I won't take up more of your time. I know there's one other item. So wait.
Yes. Well, I won't take up a whole lot of time, but I appreciate the time that the council has put in. Thank you for your time, especially on a Friday and a holiday weekend. And I think a little bit, you're starting to get a little bit of feel for my direction and where I'm going. I'm open to suggestions. If any of you have any ideas for me to incorporate, please let me know. My goal is to keep the council informed on where your money's going and where the direction's going with the grants and different things like that, and where our work crews are going. But I'm open to any comments you guys have on any needs that I can help you with.
Thanks, Wade. One thing that has been on my mind as we've been going through some of our funding coming in and distributions as well, something that I would like to see as a user of multiple OHVs is a distribution and collection of funds from those different OHVs, like how much money is coming from motorcycle registrations, how much money is coming from UTVs and ATVs, things like that, and how it's being distributed with our grants. So I'd like to see that comparison and see what that looks like.
I think we got that data, don't we?
We can get it easily from DMV. I don't know about easily, but relatively easy, yeah.
And then what you'd like to do is kind of compare how much is going where. Take a look at maybe last year's grant cycles and.
Yeah, see how it's being distributed with the grants.
Okay. I can work on that.
Should be pretty straightforward. Jacob can probably plug right in and.
Candace. Yeah, I'll work on Jason.
Yeah, Wade, I can help you with that. I have a lot of those numbers already.
Perfect. Thank you, Jacob.
It'd actually be cool to be able to maybe fine tune and reach out to different user groups and see if we can, help our user groups, right? Give them what they need.
Wade's been hard at work with that exact thing for the last couple of weeks and made a ton of good contacts and progress. So big thanks to Wade. I know there's been people that have been waiting to hear from the OHB program, and yeah, very welcome.
That's great news.
Hey, Wade, when you go to the county commissioners meetings, would you be willing to invite some of the council members that might live in those counties?
Great idea.
Okay. And I know that you're going to be coming to a couple of the clubs down here and visiting with them, even going on a ride or two here and there. And so I think that is fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know I'm the new guy on the block, but I do have kind of a comment on like regulation. I know it's been mentioned in this meeting that we have a hard time getting actual trail work grants, that we're actually low on those grants, just the requests coming in. From my experience, I think one of those reasons is that just the nature of OHVs need a lot of space. So you're dealing with federal agencies, Forest Service, BLM, and the time it takes to get an application to build a trail in BLM or the Forest Service or these federal agencies is a huge hindrance to putting in a grant because, NEPA and everything takes, we received a grant last year for NEPA on a Josie Morris trailhead in our area. And we were a year working with the BLM just to get to the point that we figured we could put in for the grant. And we're almost a year past that, just getting for the NEPA. And I think, and I don't know exactly how to do it or something, but especially with this administration, I think if we could figure out or outreach to actually reduce regulation on the forests, on the federal agencies, to where instead of 2 and 3 years for an application, trail application, we're down to a year or anything, that would increase the need for the grants and we would start getting more requests. Right now, I know it's the user groups are, at least in my area, frustrated because you put in for an application for a trail on BLM and you're 2-3 years out. And I think they just, I know sometimes they just give up. And so instead of being able to see a light in the tunnel, and I don't know exactly how we can do that, whether it's some kind of outreach to the administration to suggest reduction but I really wouldn't mind see some of the monies going to actually those.
Something you really want to hear, that activity that you're talking about has been taking place since January 20th.
Cool.
So. Ourselves, DNR administration, NEPA reform is a huge topic of conversation because it's a message we've heard quite a bit. So absolutely yes on everything you said.
All right, cool. That's cool. I'll help in any way I can. So
thank you.
Next meeting.
Well, do we want to talk about future public comments? How those would look?
I think we've covered enough today.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
shut him up.
We'll put that on the next agenda and we'll put it higher up.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, next meeting, doodle poll will be sent out. I don't think we've decided on meetings for future on in the year. So
We want to do them at least quarterly. I hope that would be enough. I don't want to do any less than that. I think there's a lot of work for this committee to do, and you guys have a lot to say and a lot of passion for it. Makes more work for us, and we don't mind. That's why we're here. So really do appreciate your effort, attention, and your time.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Wade, and all the others that have been involved in this. And thank you, everybody on the council, for taking the time. I know it's holiday weekend. We appreciate you taking the time for this meeting today. We look forward to visiting with you probably in August on the next cycle. So with that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
This is Brody. I make a motion to adjourn.
I second it. Please, at least second this one. Scott.
Seconded.
We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.